this procession. I think it started a couple of minutes later than expected, but by the time it was done, it was right on dot, right on time. And that's something I had to remind my Namibian friends who were taking their time to go to the procession. I said, please remember, this is a job for soldiers. Soldiers are never late.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I think,
yes, indeed.
Time management,
Yes.
very important.
Very important.
It's a crucial part of the planning process.
Yes.
And that's why you can see there's so much detail to all this.
Absolutely, so much detail.
So I think if it were at a household level, it's sort of, you can compare it to spring cleaning at your house.
Yes, yes.
You pay attention to particular detail. I mean, we always say, what does the army do? Why do we pump so much resources into the army?
Look at things like this as well, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, you look at a day like this, you're relieved to know that, nothing is lacking. Everything is where it's meant to be. And this is part of the reason why, the defense forces get the funding that they do. It's not just about the vehicles, it's about the training around such moments. And as much as one cannot pinpoint to a dozen wars over the last 3 decades, one can pinpoint to the peace fostered, and at the same time be able to pinpoint the fact that at a moment such as this, our defense forces were able to show up adequately because they were well equipped. As the drive into central town right now with the casket of the former President Dr. Hage G Geingob. On your screen there to your left, you're going to see some of the military offices. As we pass this area, this would have been known as also old breweries, if I'm not mistaken, warehouse theater. A lot of the creatives, such as Sandy Rudd, were also paying their respects. A lot of artists paid their respects, and a lot of them have been performing at places such as that as well. And a lot of artists have had been supported personally by Dr. Hage G Geingob. It is a surreal moment. It is a huge precedent to be set. I mean, for we know that, this is the first time Namibia has lost a president. And for us to now know this is how we do it is very important. But ultimately right now, one wonders what goes through the nation's minds, hearts and souls as we edge towards the final goodbye on these very streets that Dr. Hage G Geingob once drove through with his motorcade, or perhaps walked through as a youth. These streets, not a single one of these corners wouldn't be familiar to him. Particularly right now, I mean, I would say we've just passed Old Location, which was the bedrock of a lot of the Namibian revolution, something truly to keep in mind, because a day such as this is full of symbolism, without a doubt. Let's swing over to some tributes from the hospitality and agriculture community.
I remember our beloved late President, Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob, as a very pragmatic president, very loving. It's a person who is really for everybody, very inclusive, and so everything he does is for the love of Namibia. He is a person who likes joke, and when you don't know him, you think he is not approachable in the first instance. But the more you get to know him, he's a person who really like to make joke a lot. He's a person who highly professional. He is an administrator. He is a punctual person, and is a person who really advocate youth empowerment. Some of us, when we get into the system, we were still relatively young, and they couldn't wait to see us progressing, to be part of the system that he built, the system that he has confidence, the system that served Namibians so well, and the system that continue to serve Namibians. We are proud of what he has established from administration point of view. We are proud of him, and that is the legacy that will forever be here, to be cherished by all Namibians. He still continues to be with us in so many ways. Many administrative documents we read today, many guiding principles when it comes to public service, is originate from this man, our beloved president. We forever cherish him. The legacy is here. They are manifestation of everything we do in office. That is the president that will really worked so hard to put processes, systems that are in place and serving the public service in Namibia so well. And we have become a shining star and a trendsetter in terms of public administration because of him. We are grateful, and we will forever be grateful. Go well, my president.
Also start by reflecting on the current dark cloud that is upon us. The loss of our beloved president, His Excellency Hage G Geingob, has left an immense void in our hearts, as well as to the social fabric of this important country, beloved country. May His Spirit continue to illuminate upon us so that we carry forward His legacy, especially in executing aspects that are aimed towards environmental sustainability in our country. Having said that, I'd like to move on to...
Fellow Namibians, today we pay tribute to our great president. He had the ability to balance, and that made him a great diplomat. He had the ability to balance between the economy and the social needs of our people, between emotions and reality. This made him an exceptional diplomat. Rest in peace, our beloved president.
Namibia has lost a great leader with a dynamic personality and national spirit. During his term as president, he started to build the dream of the Namibian house, a house with room for every true Namibian, irrespective of belief, race or gender. A house of safety, and for that we thank and respect him, for a peaceful Namibia. The NAU had several occasions where we could discuss our vision for the agricultural sector in Namibia, and I've always experienced a willingness to listen, openly debate, and to seek solutions to the benefit of Namibia. A truly accommodating leader with vision and committed to the common good of every Namibian. In this time of grief, our thoughts and prayers are with the Geingob family, as well as the entire Namibian nation. May his soul rest in peace.
During my term as president of the NAU, I had the opportunity to meet with His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob on several occasions. Dr. Geingob was always available and willing to listen to our points in question, even if it was difficult issues to address. His approach was to look into the real issue at hand and based his decisions upon the merit of the problem presented. The outcome had to be in national interest. He looked at the bigger picture without adding a political agenda to it. His term of office presented a lot of challenges that required good judgment and wisdom to handle. He had to navigate the global economic decline, which also had a negative influence on the economy of Namibia. The severe drought of 2019 had a devastating effect on the whole of Namibia's economy, especially the farming community. I'll remember His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob for his open door policy and his willingness to listen to the requests of the NAU. May his soul rest in peace and may his bereaved family find consolation.
Well, I joined Namibians over the weekend, waking up with shock to the news that our dear sitting president, His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob, took his leave on early Sunday. It, I think, has shocked us all because it did hit us unexpectedly. Our sincere condolences on behalf of the Hospitality Association of Namibia, the whole executive team and all the members. Sincere condolences to the family, first of all his dear wife and children, but our sincere condolences also go to the whole Namibian nation. I think we as a nation are joined in mourning our president, and I feel this is a befitting opportunity for us all to start taking hands again and joining in to really making sure that we carry the legacy of our president, really building that strong Namibian house that he's asked us to do. So in our mourning, let's join hands to build the Namibian house.
Comrade President is someone who will miss dearly. Dr. Hage G Geingob was a people's person. We saw under his leadership skills how he was able to navigate our country out of the COVID storm. Now you might remember tourism was the most severely impacted or the most hit when it came to tourism. And for some, they thought having to close down the country, not to allow visitors. For some, they thought it was a bad decision that time. I mean, NWR had to test its leadership skills, and I mean, many of the employees having to take the severance package. We are, employee numbers came down from close to 1,000 to 600 employees. That's almost half of the workforce, basically taking on this severance package. But we saw that as time went on, it was the best decision at that time. Obviously, we were losing able statesmen and statespeople, but again, it could have been worse. So we should also remember under Comrade Geingob's tenure, we saw tourism numbers triple, and we should remember tourism numbers, they are led by many important.
Well, the procession passing the former Safari Court Hotel, now known as Mercure, headed to the Independence Stadium, where scores of mourners, both local and international, are waiting for the procession to arrive there. Of course, as you can see, the casket being swiftly transferred from Parliament Gardens to the Independence Stadium, where the official memorial service will then kick off, the last memorial service, before the burial tomorrow at the Heroes Acre Shrine. Of course, President Geingob has, over the years, really hammered hard on why institutions, systems and processes should always supersede individuals and personalities. And this is what we're seeing, a fitting tribute to what he stood for over the years. And of course, he would have loved a situation whereby the system can continue while the individual has exited. So that's what we're seeing today. Of course, at the Independence Stadium, everyone is ready, everyone is geared up for the memorial service. Last night's proceedings at the Parliament Gardens, whereby the members of the public had the whole night to view the remains, the mortal remains of President Geingob as it laid in state there. Tonight it will be at the Independence Stadium, so you could still catch a glimpse of that if you've not gotten a chance to do that last night. So the body will lie in state at the Independence Stadium after the memorial service tonight. And from there on tomorrow morning, it will then be transferred to the Heroes Acre, where the formal burial proceedings will commence.
Absolutely, Matthias. And something else to point out is the amalgamation of culture and the government in observing this funeral, the weeks that it took. Of course, preparation is essential, but in the Damara culture, you normally would take 2 to 3 weeks before burying the body as you pay your last respects.
Well, it's a tricky balancing act. You have to balance the tradition side and also the state
The
side.
statehood,
Because
yes.
essentially,
He belongs to the
he
nation.
belongs to the nation.
Yes,
And that's what a hero's funeral entails.
yes.
So you would see that the traditional aspect has taken sort of a backseat during the past 3 weeks.
Yes, yes, indeed. As you can see on your screen, the president of Cuba is currently arriving to pay his final respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob. And he and indeed Cuba have got a very strong relationship with Namibia, which has spanned decades, starting from Namibia's independence, the president of Cuba being Miguel Diaz-Canel.
Well, Cuba, a very, very long relationship, a solid relationship. Cuba has really supported Namibia over the years. Even after independence, a lot of young Namibians went to Cuba to further their studies.
Yes.
And I know the doctor of the late President Geingob, his doctor,
Yes.
studied medicine in Cuba.
Wow.
So you can see how the relationship is intertwined
Yes.
from all aspects. And I'm sure if President Fidel Castro was still alive, he would surely have attended this event this weekend.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I think we can we can absolutely be sure of that. You know, just a bit of a recap. In August last year, the two presidents, Dr. Hage G Geingob and Miguel Diaz-Canel, had discussed bilateral cooperation in healthcare, education, and trade, expressing commitment to their enduring relationship and indeed the friendship between the two nations. As more presidents and dignitaries continue to arrive, I believe that is President William Ruto of Kenya. I would stand for correction once we get a clearer shot on that. But it would seem that it's him, as defense forces line up in formation. For a lot of young Namibian children, they've never seen such spectacle. This is a moment that will reverberate throughout their entire lives. And everyone remembers where they were when they heard of the president's passing.
I can tell you that this event is historic from a variety of angles. Historic in the sense that it's a first, historic in the sense that it sets precedents, not only from a Namibian perspective,
Yes.
but also as far as other countries are concerned. And that's why you'll see that one of the biggest assistance that we got during this time was from our brothers and sisters in Zambia, where they sent
Yes.
their military to say, we've gone through this.
Yes.
This is what we did, and this is how we think we can improve on what we did
Yes.
to ensure that this moment is better than that. And
Absolutely.
so this is going to be used as a case study going forward to say, this is how it happened. How do we improve on this?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I mean, in life, there's certain things you don't want to anticipate, but you certainly always want to be prepared for. And I believe this is one of those moments that Namibia will use as a benchmark going into the future. As you can see, the military servicemen saluting as they carry their commander-in-chief, their former commander-in-chief, to the Independence Stadium, where we expect, actually expect is a strong word, Matthias. You know, I keep being reminded it's the first time ever. I don't know what to expect as the casket enters that stadium. Is it jubilation in the sense that we are celebrating our president, his life, or grief? Either way, strong emotions abound on a day such as this, as Namibia remembers a man who was the chief architect of the Namibian Constitution, the first prime minister of Namibia, the third president of the Republic, and truly, in every sense of the word, the people's president, Dr. Hage G Geingob. You drive down these roads every other day, you never foresee them partaking in such an important duty. Suddenly, even the road, it has more significance. I can imagine the next time you drive down this road, there's now flashbacks of memories of seeing the casket of Dr. Hage G Geingob starting to make its way to its final resting place. Speaking of the final resting place, the casket will be moved from Independence Stadium tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. to make its way to the Heroes Acre, where Dr. Hage G Geingob's casket will be placed in one of 4 mausoleums which have already been built. They were commissioned to be built, I believe, by the president 2014, 2016. Again, his foresight in understanding just the structure of government. It's not anticipating someone's death. It's just knowing that certain things have to be in place. And I believe it was the governor of, is it the Claras region? I have to double check, who had been tasked particularly with the building of those mausoleums, which we will see tomorrow as Dr. Hage G Geingob goes to his final resting place. On your screen is many Namibians, safe to say thousands of Namibians, military men of the defense forces, Namibians waving their flags, different African flags there that I am seeing, Matthias, as well as Africans as well join in mourning and in remembering this icon. It's always moments like this when you also realize how, as much as Namibia, as we just say that he belonged to Namibia, he also belonged to Africa. And which is why, as we saw earlier with President Mnangagwa coming through and speaking about how much of a pillar of support he was, it is why such a thing is no surprise, and why it is no surprise that Zambia and Botswana indeed assisted with these proceedings. And it will be no surprise to see Africans grieving alongside their Namibian brothers and sisters.
Well, most definitely, Ashwin. I think one of the biggest mistakes we'll make as Namibians is to think that this is a Namibian event. It's not.
It's not.
It's not. It's much bigger than us. It's for the continent. It's for the world.
Yes.
And we should take it in as such. And I think for events such as this, you should not focus too much on perfecting the event. You take things as it comes, live it in the moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, these are uncharted grounds.
Yes.
So we should let it sink in, and we live in the moment, and we deal with it as it goes.
Absolutely.
So that's why you see that even the members of the public, the overwhelming support that you saw on the roads yesterday.
Yes, indeed.
I don't think we expected that.
Not at all. I mean, even in the CBD,
yes,
across Namibia, different backgrounds, everybody was standing on that road, and it meant something to everybody.
Yeah. Considering the apathy of,
you know how
we are in general.
We know who we are.
We are very laid back, celebrating and walking town, and no one would jump on them.
Yes,
and
yes.
You see, so this shows that the caliber of the men we are mourning and celebrating at the same time.
Yes.
And it actually gives us hope to say that there's actually something to hold on. Yeah?
Yes.
You don't mourn someone to that extent if you've not lost greatly.
Yes.
And if you've not gained something so valuable to say, at least this person is gone, but I can take one thing out of this.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to live with it and take it forward.
And it's for you. And that's the thing about, even the grieving process. You look at that procession, there's no medals for coming out. No one is forced to come out to the procession. There's no guaranteed cameras. No one's really trying to TikTok what you're doing. It's just a moment of humanity, observing humanity, and everybody deciding, look, you had your own reservations, you had your own inspirations, but this president meant something to me, and I want to honor that. And I believe that that is the general feeling that encapsulates the stadium. As you see Namibians, that lady wiping her tears with the Namibian flag in her hand, truly symbolic of what this moment is. It's not a moment that is owned by any individual. It is a moment that belongs to Namibia as we say goodbye to a gallant, indeed gallant son of the soil, Dr. Hage G Geingob. So what you're seeing right now on the screen is the Defense Forces coming together in formation as we now prepare for the official memorial service for Dr. Hage G Geingob's passing. The Master of Ceremonies will be retired Honorable Dr. Sarah Kongelwa Amadila, the Prime Minister.
Yeah. And just to take you back there a bit, last night during the viewing process, I was really surprised by the number of people who were shedding tears, ordinary people who were really touched by this as they viewed the body and as the queue moved on. People really showing real grief and crying. And it shows you the extent to which he touched the lives of ordinary Namibians.
His impact
ordinary
was far-reaching.
Yes, because you should remember that President Geingob brought a new dimension to what we think a president is.
Absolutely.
Because over the years, for us, the president was someone far above us.
Oh, yes,
yeah?
yes.
It wasn't just your
someone
ordinary.
separated from the people.
Yeah. So he changed that dynamic.
Oh, yes.
I mean, he became president. He decided, I'm not going to stay in the State House. He's going to stay as a private resident.
Yes.
He decided, I'm not going to be guarded by the defense force. I'm going to be guarded by the Namibian police.
Police force, yes.
He decided, I'm not going to have a big motorcade.
No.
So sometimes you would see his motorcade during rush hour at 5 o'clock,
Yes.
standing at the lights. Why?
Yes, yes.
He doesn't need to do that.
Yes.
But that's the type of man he was. He didn't want to inconvenience the system.
The system that he had dedicated his life as well to enhancing.
So he always wanted things to move smoothly. Of course, he didn't always get it right.
Yes.
But I think most of the time he managed to at least get it to a certain level where you can see that we can actually build on this.
Absolutely.
This is how things should be.
He always gave us something tangible. And I think that's part of the pain and the grief in today is that you've left someone who made a lot of different realities very tangible for Namibia. And at this point in time, what was tangible about them, which was their physical bodies, is something that we will now be saying goodbye. And I think it is also important to mention, that a lot of people did get transported here by the government. Again, just another leg of the system in ensuring that Namibians do not miss out on an opportunity to say their final goodbyes to Dr. Hage G Geingob, who was the first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic. And just to speak of a summary again of the people who have arrived at this procession: Minister of Health Kalumbi Shangula, President of Nigeria Bola Tinubu, Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan has also arrived to these proceedings. Equatorial Guinea Vice President Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangwe has also arrived. Kenya President William Ruto, as we saw earlier, and it was the Cuba Vice President Salvador Valdez Mesa who we observed arriving in Namibia. I do know the president will arrive likely for the burial. Not everyone will be at the memorial service. But some folks are going to be here as of tomorrow. As we said earlier, we're expecting Princess Anne from the UK. We are expecting the Finnish president as well as the German president.
Well, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations will
yes,
also
as
be in
well.
attendance.
Yes.
And that's why I said earlier on, it's not a Namibian occasion.
No.
Yeah?
It's a global thing.
Yeah, it's a global thing. And as much as government is spearheading the planning and preparations, it's really a public thing.
Yes.
It's a public thing. You could even see during the procession and even during the viewing last night that there was so much freedom for the public to really express themselves. As far as limitations are concerned, there were very little limitations.
Yes. I truly agree with you over there, Matthias. And as you can see on your screen, those are the representatives from China, from the Chinese Republic, coming to pay their respects. Namibia and China being countries with very good relations internationally, considering that Namibia recently endorsed China's Global Security Initiative, and this was during the BRICS Summit in South Africa, where President Hage Geingob announced the endorsement after meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. So as you said, and as it keeps being shown, this is not a Namibian a moment. This is a global moment for a global man who had a global plan for the land of the brave.
Well, most definitely. The Namibia-Chinese relationship, one that stands out, of course, from a party level, the SWAPO party and the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes.
So that's where it emanates from, and you see it transcending into government. We have hundreds or maybe thousands of students who over the years travel to China to further their studies.
Yes, of course.
So to that extent, China has contributed to the education of our society.
Absolutely.
As far as the construction sector is concerned, a lot of Chinese businesses, big construction firms are active in the Namibian construction industry.
Absolutely.
So you can see how the bilateral ties have really inclined towards ensuring that it's a mutually beneficial relationship between the two states. So we can really expect a spectacle. It's going to be a spectacle this weekend.
Without a doubt. I mean, we haven't seen anything of this magnitude since the 21st of March, 1990. And of course, that is expected, considering that we are burying a man of this stature.
Well, that's the arrival of the founding president. It looks like, does it look like a founding president Nyoma?
It does look like the founding president. We'll just need confirmation of that.
Yeah, it's good to see him still very healthy and active.
Yes, and active.
In his very advanced age.
Walking too fast for the camera, apparently, as well. So it's truly encouraging in that sense. Like we said, today's a day which is an amalgamation of sorrow and celebration, as the Namibian nation at large pays their last respect to Dr. Hage G Geingob. So that was indeed Dr. Sam Nyoma, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nyoma, the founding father of the Namibian nation, arguably the first man to believe in Dr. Hage G Geingob with regards to the nation, and capacity building in the Namibian government. It wouldn't be an event of this nature without the founding father there, without a doubt. It is very important.
You can't imagine an event like this without him.
It's just...
I think his name will be eternally inked in the fabric of the Namibian society.
Without a doubt.
And that's why you even see that in offices, public offices, you see that his portrait
is right next
permanently there.
It's permanently
with the serving
president. Yes, indeed.
It tells you about the stature of his standing as far as our society is concerned.
Yes.
It's good that you still have him around at this juncture.
Particularly. As a guiding voice as well.
As a guiding voice.
Yes.
He might not be in power anymore.
Yes. But we always look to our elders.
The fact that he's still alive says a lot.
Yes.
And there's always that invisible hand of his that's guiding us.
Yes, for sure. With he's certainly got influence, without a doubt, rightfully earned influence. And like you said, we look to our elders at this time, and something about this is also reminds us, and the world needs to understand that we are Africans.
Yeah.
All right. So as you can see on your screen, there's McHenry Venani, the leader of the main opposition party in Namibia. But as I'm saying, we are Africans. For example, we are adhering to time, but the grieving process is more important than time.
Yeah.
That is a simple fact. We are not going to apologize for that. It is who we are. When it comes to moments like this, the most important thing is the process itself, the honoring of the person. It's not necessarily about the timekeeping and making sure that all boxes are ticked. It's about the respect. It's about the love. It's about people getting to say goodbye to man that others affectionately felt could have been their uncle, grandfather, or father, a man who dedicated his time to the Namibian youth, and without a doubt the Namibian House, a man who believed in inclusivity, in keeping this nation together, a child of the soil, a son of the land of the brave.
Well, if you listen to the tributes the past 3 weeks, there are so many different versions of who Dr. Hage Geingob was.
Yes.
It's like people are talking about someone you don't know.
Yes.
Because everyone has a very distinct remembrance of him.
Absolutely.
And their experiences with him. And that's what leadership does. You connect with everyone.
With everybody.
At
That's
every
absolutely,
level.
absolutely.
And that's what he did. Sometimes we might not have understood what he was trying to put across. But it's starting to make sense now. If you see the involvement of the members of the public and the international community in this event, it tells you that he did something with a plan.
It's reflective, absolutely. Like, it's reflective of the life that he lived in. Yes, he certainly was a man working a plan, you know, as they say. A man make a plan. Did I get that correctly? Yeah, he was the king of the good plan, and he was always ready to make sure that we were well equipped as we continue with this broadcast of the memorial service.
Well, Dr. Geingob, inclusivity, unity, we will carry that torch forward. I think most of us will have that as a takeaway to say that how do we continue that legacy?
How do we continue that legacy? Those are the questions that we'll be asking. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be crossing over to the Independence Stadium as Namibia, Africa, and the world say goodbye to the iconic Dr. Hage G Geingob.
By the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, as well as Madame Nujoma. After them, Madame Monica Kengos, the widow, and children, as well as the grandchildren and representatives of the Geingob family are to arrive. We see that the Angolan president has just arrived.
Yes, this is the Angolan president, João Lourenço, who arrives accompanied by the First Lady of Angola. And as we may know, Angola played a pivotal role in the independence of Namibia. They provided shelter, they provided training for Namibian refugees.
And on account of that background, they have strengthened relationships, and therefore it does make sense for the Angolan delegation to be present at this send-off of our head of state.
President of Malawi now is just arriving, President Chakwera. He arrived earlier this morning. Yes, and obviously he is one of the presidents of the SADC countries. So it is only to be expected that he would be here. He also had a cordial relationship with our late president.
Earlier this week, the information was, Ms. Nora, that 18 heads of state would make it to Namibia for the memorial service and funeral of Dr. Geingob. We do now know that 24 heads of state will be here today as well as tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We, as Denver is pointing out, we will be with you today and tomorrow when the actual burial service is going to take place, and that will be taking place at Heroes Acre, where the president will be interred in a special purpose-built mausoleum which has been built specially for them. We see the second president of Namibia, President Hifikepunye Pohamba, accompanied by former First Lady Penehipho Pohamba, and there he has just arrived. So Denver, according to the program, the arrival of President Pohamba will be followed by the arrival of the founding
Father of the
president.
Namibian nation.
Yes, and then after that, the family and the president. So that will signal the beginning of the formal proceedings here at Independence Stadium. We'd also like to remind the public that there's public transport available for the public at various points, pickup points throughout the capital. So please do make use of the public transport and come in your droves.
And we do know that this stadium, being the Independence Stadium, can accommodate about 25,000 people. But if there's a spillover, which it probably will be, the Hage G Geingob Stadium is right across, and there will be screens erected, so those who are in attendance there will be able to follow the proceedings as they unfold.
In fact, the dignitaries are arriving now, fast and furious, and it won't be long before the formal proceedings begin. The director of ceremony is the Prime Minister, Sarah Kuongelwa, and she will be the director of ceremony. For those people who are not aware, yes, this is President Masisi of Botswana on your screen, accompanied by the First Lady of Botswana. President Masisi was one of the first presidents upon the death of President Hage Geingob, was one of the first presidents to come and pay his respects and give his condolences to the former First Lady, Monica Geingob. He had forged a very close relationship with the late president. And in fact, he refers to him as my big brother.
Absolutely. We do know former heads of state will also be in attendance. President Thabo Mbeki from South Africa indicated that he will also arrive in the country today, and he will be here for today and for tomorrow. So it's not only present heads of state, but also former heads of state who are here on account of the close relationship that they had with President Geingob, but also to show respect and support to the family and to Namibians at large.
In fact, when they spoke to President Mnangagwa, he pointed out that the ruling party and his ZANU-PF party shared trenches and were fellow freedom fighters in exile in the days of the liberation struggle. So he has very fond memories, and for him this is very symbolic that he is here burying a former comrade.
And notwithstanding the solemn nature of the ceremony and the proceedings, I would imagine that it must also be very difficult for them to say goodbye to their peers, to say goodbye to their comrades and to their brothers. The stadium certainly is packed to capacity. So many Namibian flags. Namibians are here to say goodbye to the third president of the Republic, Dr. Hage G Geingob.
In fact, the stadium is quite full. Yes, we can tell from the headdress that this must be the Emir of Qatar, Al Thani.
President of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Yep, we just saw the arrival of the President of the Federal Republic of Germany. We do know that notwithstanding the, at times, challenging relationship, Germany still is very present in the country, and they're also here to show their support to Namibia, to Namibians, and of course to Madam Geingob and the Geingob and Kalondo families.
In fact, Germany and Finland are the only two European countries that have sent heads of state, presidents, to the funeral. And this is His Royal Highness, the Emir of Qatar, El Thani. And as we were saying earlier, Qatar has got economic interests in Namibia. And he was also a personal friend of the late president. So it is not surprising that he himself has come here. They also have interests in our petrol, in the petrol find offshore Namibia. Yes.
And there's a lot of best practices that we can certainly learn from them.
You see.
More dignitaries are starting to arrive before the arrival of the founding father, Sam Nujoma, followed by the arrival of the widow and the family. Thereafter, the head of state, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the First Lady will arrive. The proceedings are expected to start at 2 o'clock, the official memorial service of the late Dr. Hage G Geingob, Namibia's third president.
This is Finland coming up. The president of Finland, who is also here, who arrived earlier.
We understand we had an engagement yesterday afternoon with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Peter Kashavivi, who had met yesterday afternoon with the Finnish president, also talking to us about the strong relationship that we enjoy with them and the potential to explore that relationship further.
Yes, Finland has a very close relationship with Namibia, which dates back to the days of the missionaries.
Absolutely.
When the Finnish missionaries established themselves in northern Namibia, which is why a fair number of Namibians still have Finnish names today. So there was that influence, very strong Finnish Lutheran influence. And this influence and this support actually spilled over to the days of the liberation struggle, because Finland was one of those countries that gave material assistance to the Namibian freedom fighters.
And I believe their presence here today definitely signifies how that relationship has just grown stronger over the years. And they are here today to pay their respects to the late Dr. Hage G Geingob. The stadium certainly bursting at the seams with Namibians who are here to send off their president in a dignified and a respectful manner.
This is a wide shot that you can see, and the stadium is beginning to fill up, and people are still streaming in. We will see the arrival of the casket bearing the body of the late president. And it should be arriving anytime soon, and this will be accompanied by the family as well as the president, who is the chief mourner.
Last night, we of course know that the body lied in state in the Parliament Gardens. Despite the rains, Namibians made their way to Parliament Gardens to pay tribute to the late president. In fact, there were so many there still this morning. Some of them had to be redirected to the stadium. We do know that tonight the body will also lie in state here at the stadium before it will be taken to Eurus Acre tomorrow. So Namibians who want to pay respect in that manner will still be able to do so once the proceedings are done for today. Despite the numbers, it's also incredible to see how the dignity of the proceedings is adhered to throughout, how the respect is maintained throughout, and that certainly is noteworthy.
Yeah. We are expecting 27 foreign delegations, 17 of which will be at head of state level and heads of government. So the security, understandably, is going to be very tight. We're also expecting heads of various international organizations like the African Union, the United Nations, SADC. So we're expecting a wide number of foreign dignitaries. We are also expecting, and some of them are already here, former presidents, former prime minister. We know for sure that former South African president, Thabo Mbeki, will be arriving this afternoon. Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, is also here, and the former president of Tanzania is also here, as is the current president of Tanzania. So a lot of people have actually come to pay, present, current and past heads of state have come to pay their respect, which is an indication of the respect in which Dr. Geingob was held. And of course, the president of Zambia is also here. He arrived earlier, and Zambia, as you may well know, holds a special place in the hearts of many Namibians.
And also many from Southern Africa. In fact, when we spoke to former South African President Thabo Mbeki, he shared with us that he had met President Geingob for the first time in Lusaka.
Yes.
And that's where the friendship was forged. And they also, apart from being friends, they also shared the same ideals for the African continent, wanting Africa to become self-sufficient. That is the Pan-Africanism that we're talking about. And Dr. Geingob, of course, was a Pan-Africanist par excellence.
In fact, what President Mbeki was talking about in terms of them sharing a shared vision for Africa, he showed this in the way that he recruited staff or lecturers for UNIN. He recruited them solely from Africa because he believed that Africans had the capacity to be able to impart their skills. And there was no need to look for those skills outside of the continent. And as a result, in fact, all the lecturers at UNIN were all from Africa, from as far afield as Sierra Leone, Egypt, Zimbabwe, South Africa. In fact, he had asked the ANC to deploy a whole contingent of lecturers to lecture.
And that's also what former President Mbeki remembered. And he explained to us that the war was twofold, one for the liberation of our countries, but certainly also one to be intellectually empowered. So once we become free, that we are able to implement our own systems, institutions, and processes, and to be able to run our own countries. So those leaders, including Geingob, had the foresight and the vision that we have to equip Namibians and Africans so that once the war for freedom is over, we are able to step in and run our own countries.
Yeah, so it shows, obviously, where President Geingob cut his political teeth. You know, it was an exile. And where he was imbued with the spirit of Pan-Africanism. You know, he learned from the best. And this is something that he carried over in his later political life in Namibia. And one of the most outstanding things about Dr. Geingob was the fact that he saw no tribe. Dr. Geingob never saw a tribe. To him, we were all Namibians. And this is why one of the things that he was fond of saying was that nobody must be excluded from the Namibian house, because together we are stronger. And this is what he used to like saying.
And there's overwhelming consensus in that regard. Almost every tribute that we heard over the past close to 3 weeks made mention of that very fact. President Thabo Mbeki also said that there are few leaders whom he has met on the African continent who are as passionate about the cause of Africa as Dr. Geingob was. And therefore, it is such an immense loss for the continent.
Yes, indeed. There is one of the former presidents. This is President Chisano, of Mozambique, the former president of Mozambique, again a comrade in arms of Dr. Geingob. They obviously met in exile as freedom fighters. President Chisano, a freedom fighter with the Frelimo organization in Mozambique.
We do know that SADC, including Namibia, continues to provide support to Mozambique, given the unrest that intermittently flares up in Mozambique.
Yeah.
So they're here to show their support after having received support also from Namibia, from Dr. Geingob. It is absolutely precious to witness. And despite the overwhelming sadness, I do believe one can draw support, the family, the loved ones, from the numbers, from the presence of these individuals who are here to show that we care, we're here for you as a family.
In fact, the Namibian people came out in their thousands to file past the body of Dr. Geingob to pay their last respects, where it was lying in state at Parliament Gardens. And it was absolutely overwhelming to see. They filed past the body throughout the whole night. This is the family, these are the children of Dr. Geingob making their way into the stadium, which should herald the imminent arrival of the casket, which will be accompanied by the widow, former First Lady Monica Geingob, as well as the chief mourner. These are the sons of Dr. Geingob. In fact, it's the whole family making their way into Independence Stadium. And this will be followed very shortly by the arrival of the casket.
One has to acknowledge that they have dealt with these 3 weeks with so much grace, realizing that he was the people's president that shared him with us.
Announce the arrival of the children of
Mandalisa. The stadium is full, it's fully packed, and this is also a measure of the esteem that Namibians held for their president. The body, for those that were not able to pay their respects and view the body, Dr. Geingob will also lie in state here at Independence Stadium. So those that were not able to pay their respects yesterday can do so today. And there will be plenty of time once the VIPs have viewed the body, and they have left the stadium, the public can then come and view the body. And it will lie in state the whole night until tomorrow morning, when it will be taken in a military procession to Heroes Acre, where he will be laid to rest.
For those who are unable to make it to the Independence Stadium today, for those who may be elsewhere in the country, equally unable to make it here, provision has been made across the country in all regions where you can view the proceedings on NBC. In fact, if you are elsewhere in the diaspora, we have made provision for you that you're able to follow the proceedings today regarding the memorial service, but also as far as tomorrow's state funeral is concerned.
Yes, and for our viewers in the diaspora, they can watch the proceedings on YouTube, on social media, YouTube, but you can also download NBC Plus, which is the NBC app, and you can view the proceedings on that app, apart from YouTube. And for the rest of Africa, where DSTV has a footprint, DSTV has opened the channel, the NBC channel, and viewers can access NBC on their DSTV decoder, as well as the DSTV audio, because all the NBC radio stations are on DSTV, so they can follow on DSTV audio as well.
Proceedings can be followed on all these platforms, including the app in real time. We do know that many, despite having a television set, still prefer to listen to their radio. So all 11 radio stations of the NBC are covering the proceedings as they unfold in real time. It's about 8 minutes before the memorial service is scheduled to start here at the Independence Stadium in Windhoek. The arrival of the casket is imminent for the proceedings to start.
Denver, what time do the proceedings begin tomorrow morning at Heroes Acre?
Tomorrow morning, the proceedings are scheduled to start at 10 o'clock at Heroes Acre. We do know that a limited number of people
Can I
be...
just interrupt you?
Yes.
In your foreground on your screens there is the president of Malawi, President Chakwera. And there in the ubiquitous scarf is President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. And seated next to him is President Masisi of Botswana, who was also a close friend of President Geingob, who he regarded as his older brother.
Yes, so the proceedings are scheduled to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We do know that there's limited capacity at Heroes Acre. For those who will not be able to physically make it to Heroes Acre on account of limited capacity, screens will be erected here at Independence Stadium, so you may view the proceedings from Independence Stadium. Of course, if you want to view it from home and elsewhere, you are able to view the proceedings on all those NBC platforms. On every single country where MultiChoice has a footprint, you will be able to have access to the proceedings in real time as it unfolds.
Yes, indeed, Denver. We can see a dignitary arriving. And one of the last dignitaries yet to arrive is the founding president, President Sam Nujoma. And I suspect that this may be him.
I share your suspicion. Followed by the widow, and then followed by the President and Chief Mourner, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the First Lady, Madam Siski Mbumba.
Yes, in fact, they will accompany the casket. And the last scheduled dignitary to arrive before the casket is actually the founding president, President Nujoma.
I am announcing the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding president of the Republic of Namibia. And Meme Kovambo Nujoma.
The founding president, President Sam Nujoma, a long-time comrade in arms of Dr. Hage Geingob, in fact, appointed him as the SWAPO representative to the United Nations, where the Troika, as they called themselves, it was the late Theo Ben Gurirup and the late Hidipo Hamotenya and President Geingob, where they were known as the Troika, and where together they would propagate the struggle of the Namibian people. And they worked very closely together to such an extent that they became best friends. And they were absolutely united in their single-minded goal to liberate the country. And in fact, this is the man here, President Nyoma, who made it all possible, who in fact saw the potential in these young men, in particular saw the potential in President Geingob. Because when he came back, as we were preparing for elections, to come back to Namibia for elections, he appointed Geingob as the head of the SWAPO Electoral Elections Directorate, and he was appointed as the leader of the SWAPO Elections Directorate. Obviously, because President Nyoma saw the potential, not only the potential but the intelligence of the man, his ability to organize, and he was a great administrator. And these were qualities that were needed, particularly as we were going into these critical elections.
I think I need to echo your sentiments. President Nyoma certainly had the foresight and the vision, and he could see that these gentlemen would develop into distinguished leaders. It was also President Geingob who then appointed, President Nyoma who then appointed President Geingob as the first Prime Minister of the country in 1990. We now see the arrival of the casket with the remains of Dr. Geingob. And everyone at the stadium rising for this solemn moment. We've never as a country witnessed any such moment before.
Because we've never had a sitting head of state dying, so this is a first for us. It's a first for Namibians who are mourning their president, their leader, and it's a first, of course, for his family. It's particularly difficult for his family because they've also lost their father, they've lost their husband, they've lost their brother and grandfather. So it must be particularly difficult for them. More especially having to play out their mourning in the glare of the media. That is particularly difficult.
It must be very, very challenging. Apart from that, we've certainly not lost a sitting president before. We've also not lost a former president before. For all of us, including the two former heads of state, this is a very challenging moment because none of us has ever experienced anything like that. We also see the pallbearers. Of course, for the 2 days, there will be Honorable Afios Arusep, John Mutorwa, Lieutenant General retired Martin Shali, Ben Amatila, McHenry Vanani, and Mangaliso Geingob, the pallbearers for today as well as for tomorrow, walking alongside the casket.
program is running almost bang on time, so they've kept the time management has been done very well.
Impeccable timing. President Geingob was also very serious about punctuality.
Yes.
It's one of the key features of his character. Punctuality was non-negotiable.
Yes.
And his casket arrives almost on the hour, not without significance.
Yes. The program's at 2 o'clock. Indeed, it is slightly a minute past 2, and the program is about to get underway.
Apart from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defence and Veterans Affairs, Frans Kapofi, will also direct the proceedings this afternoon.
Yes, so he will be a co-director. Yes. In fact, this glass container, if you will, is something new. Previously, when we've had state funerals, the casket has just been placed on the gun carriage. But here, it's been placed in a glass container. And I guess because the procession yesterday went through the whole of Windhoek and in various suburbs from Katutura to Oshomithe to Pioneers Park to Klein Windhoek. So it went through Commersdal as well. So it went throughout the country, throughout the city. And the weather, it has been raining solidly for the last week. And there were indications that it would rain as well yesterday. So this is one of the reasons why the casket has been placed in this glass container. Yeah, yesterday, the procession that was carried out by the military was in fact their way of paying homage to their commander-in-chief. And it was very befitting that they took him through the streets of people that he was acquainted with, people that he knew, and some of them who shared trenches with him. So the streets were chosen with a purpose, and these are the streets that he was taken through.
It was also absolutely precious to see Namibians line up along those roads to say goodbye to their president. Some of them incredibly emotional, some of them overcome with sadness, some of them waving their flags.
Yes, they came out in their thousands to bid him farewell.
And we do know that yesterday, of course, was a public holiday for the schools. And we saw a number of school pupils, some of them dressed in school uniform, also lining up to say goodbye to their president.
Yes, in fact, yesterday was a school holiday, so learners and young students didn't go to school yesterday, so they were able and encouraged to come out and bid a farewell to their president.
Not a single person may be left out, as per his mantra. He was the people's president, he was everyone's president, whether you're young or old. Many elderly also lining the streets to bid their president farewell. Casket being placed on the stand, from where it will be taken to where it will stand during the proceedings, and most probably where it will remain, as it will lie in state during the course of the night until tomorrow, when the remains will be taken to Eurus Acre, where they will be interred for his final resting place.
If you've just joined us, welcome to this special broadcast, tribute broadcast for the late president of Namibia, President Hage Geingob, coming to you from Windhoek's Independence Stadium, where the memorial service is just about to get underway very, very shortly. There have been several foreign heads of state and government who are already here. They will also be giving their tributes. The family is also here. The chief mourner being President Mbumba Nangolo has already made his way here, as well as the widow and the children.
And we see that First Lady, Madam Siski Mbumba, walking alongside Madam Monica Kengos, right behind the chief mourner. Ambassador Leonard Ipumbu, Chief of Protocol, making sure that all protocols are followed as the coffin is moved to where it will be positioned for the memorial service. The pallbearers are also still alongside the procession. Everyone at the stadium, of course, standing at the moment as a sign, as a symbol of respect. The commitment remains to give the late Dr. Hage Geingob a very dignified send-off. And so far, we have to acknowledge that Namibians have been pulling in the same direction as they honor, as they pay tribute, as they pay homage to their late president. There's also a large delegation of international media present in the country.
Yes, yes, indeed. Especially those that have accompanied their leaders and their heads of state. However, I think it's worth noting that only the NBC will be allowed to carry the signal. So all other stations, television stations, etc., if they want the proceedings, they will have to get it through the NBC.
And the NBC will make it available, provided that all copyrights remain intact and are adhered to.
Yes, yes, indeed. In fact, the NBC is to be commended because they have put a massive. This is the former First Lady, Monica Kengos. As I was saying, the NBC is really to be commended because they've pulled off an incredible operation, which has gone very smoothly so far, and honestly on a par with international standards, on a par with the best of them out there.
I have to concur with you.
Yes.
The founding president, next to what we see on screen, the First Lady, Madam Siski Mbumba.
Founding father. civilian pallbearers will now take their place. One of them is Venani, McHenry Venani, who is the leader of the official opposition. And he considered President Geingob as his older brother. And of course, Alpheus Naruseb, and the son of Dr. Geingob, Mangaliso.
The Vice President.
Yes, and the Vice President.
Yeah.
Yes,
The Vice
John
Prime
Matora.
Minister. Yeah, John Matora.
Yes, as well as Alpheus Naruseb.
And retired politician Ben Amatila is also, of course, one of the pallbearers.
Yes. Who was also, Ben Amatila was also part of the Constituent Assembly together with Dr. Geingob. And this is the president of Ethiopia, just arriving on your screens now.
You may please take your seats. I would like to acknowledge the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. You are welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, and Madam Seski Mbumba, the First Lady. Madam Monica Geinkos, the widow of our late President, the children, and the entire bereaved family. Your Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding President and father of the Namibian nation, and the former First Lady, Kukukovambo Nujoma. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, and Lieutenant Retired General Ndaitwa, Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madam Muha, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madam Mutorwa, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition, and Madam Venani, veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, and all other governors present here, Your Worship Queen Kamati, Mayor of the City of Windhoek, and all other mayors present here, Chief Emmanuel Gaseb, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, and other traditional leaders present, distinguished service chiefs, Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephania Kameta, retired Reverend Bishop, and other members of the clergy, fellow Namibians, I extend greetings to you all. May I, before I proceed with the statement, recognize the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You are welcome, Your Excellency. I understand Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia, also arrived, and we warmly welcome her. Welcome, Your Excellency. On the 4th of February 2024, Namibia woke up to the very sad news of the passing on of our President, His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob. Since then, the Namibian nation has been grappling with the tremendous pain and sorrow that followed the sudden departure of our president. The shock of Dr. Geingob's sudden passing reverberated across the world, generating an outpouring of messages of sympathy and expressions of acknowledgement of the outstanding performance of the work of Dr. Geingob in the various capacities that he has served, not only here at home, but regionally, continentally, and also globally. Today, as we move closer to taking our departed president to his final resting place, we are comforted by the large outturn of mourners from across our country and the globe who have joined us to memorialize him one last time before we escort him to his final resting place tomorrow. I would like to recognize and appreciate the presence of heads of state and government, leaders of international organizations, and individuals from outside Namibia who are here today, as well as the messages of condolences and other support provided to us during this difficult period of mourning our departed president. Your support has been a source of strength to us. The late Dr. Hage Geingob's leadership was shaped by and during the struggle for our nation's independence, which he joined at a youthful age, and to which he dedicated his full youth. The leadership of SWAPO as a national liberation movement spotted the exceptional leadership qualities and his passion for serving his people, and so they mentored him, entrusting him with different important responsibilities, all of which he discharged with diligence and commitment. His tasks ranged from representing SWAPO of Namibia at the United Nations to mobilize international support for our struggle for national independence, heading the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia, where Namibian future leaders and administrators were being molded in preparations for self-governance after independence, leading the first SWAPO delegation from exile to come to Namibia to participate in the UN-supervised elections that led to our independence, being the director of elections for SWAPO, chairing the Constituent Assembly that authored our Constitution, and being the founding Prime Minister, and then our third President, a task which he performed until the 4th of February 2024, when death robbed him from us. Dr. Geingob built on the foundation set by the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, who is with us here, and the second president, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, also with us here, who are his mentors and predecessors, both at the party and at the government. It is appropriate at this time, therefore, to applaud their excellencies Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the second president, who mentored the late Dr. Hage Geingob into these roles and entrusted him with responsibilities that developed his talents, enabling him to become the effective, passionate leader that he was. Although we are deeply saddened by the passing of Dr. Geingob, we are comforted by the knowledge that his legacy will continue and will be a source of inspiration for us to continue to strive towards the destination of a prosperous and inclusive Namibia that respects the rule of law, democracy, and peaceful coexistence with other nations around the world, values that he cherished. The words of Bill Gates that, and I quote, "As we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others," close quote, best describe Dr. Hage Geingob's belief in talent utilization and his strong pursuit for strong systems, processes, and institutions as pillars of a strong Namibian house. Your Excellencies, fellow Namibians, today, as we bid farewell to Dr. Hage Geingob, it is befitting that we appreciate the family of Dr. Geingob, the widow, the children, and the entire extended family for surrendering him to the service of the people of Namibia and taking a back seat, and for supporting him in all his public duties. And we extend to them heartfelt sympathies and condolences once more. My name is Sarah Kugongerwa Amadira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and shall serve as Director of Ceremonies, assisted by Honorable Franz Kapofi, the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbuba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Chief Mona and Madam Bumba, Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Your Excellencies, the founding president and the second president, Madam Monica Geinkos, the widow of our departed president, the children and the family. Since the news of the passing on of our beloved president, Dr. Hage Geingob, as a nation, we have received several visits and messages to console the family and the nation. At this juncture, allow me to acknowledge with appreciation the following dignitaries who have joined us in celebrating the life of our departed president and to memorialize him. They are as follows. They come from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, the People's Republic of China, the Republic of the Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Cuba, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, the Republic of Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini, France, the State of Kuwait, the Republic of Madagascar, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Rwanda, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, the Republic of Senegal, the Republic of Serbia, the Kingdom of Spain, the Republic of Uganda, the United Kingdom, United States of America, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and countries that are represented at ambassadorial levels, as well as international organizations include the Commonwealth of Australia, the Federal State of Austria, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Kingdom of Belgium, the Federative Republic of Brazil, Canada, the Republic of Ireland, the Republic of Korea, the Republic of Liberia, Republic of Mauritius, the Kingdom of Morocco, the Kingdom of Norway, the Palestine State, the Republic of Seychelles, the Republic of Singapore, the Kingdom of Sweden, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of Turkey, the Ukraine, the United Arab Emirates. The heads of the international and regional organizations include the head of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the UN, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, the head of the Commonwealth, and other international and regional organizations, which include the African Peer Review Mechanism, the International Organization for Migration, SADC Elimination Aid, SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC Mission in Mozambique, and United Nations World Tourism Organization. We appreciate very much your presence to condole with us and to celebrate the life of our departed president. And we appreciate all your support. Having said that, I will now return to the program and would start with the Yes, thank you. I am reminded that I excluded on the list, it is omitted, the Federal Republic of Germany, the Republic of Angola, our neighbor, and also DRC. The president arrived just now. I recognized him when he arrived. Welcome once again, Your Excellencies. Now I would like to go to the next item, which is the devotion by Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephania Kameta, Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia. Dr. Kameta.
Grace unto you, sisters and brothers, and consolation inside and outside. And that means the wiping of the tears from the heart and the wiping of the tears from the eyes. And peace from the one who was, who is now here, and who is to come. Amen. Dear sisters and brothers, the widow, the children, the bereaved family, the crying Namibia, and the whole world, I want to read for you the second letter of St. Paul to his son in faith, Timothy, chapter 4, only 3 verses, 6 and 7. And it reads as follows. For I am already being poured out like a drink offering, and the time for my departure is very near. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith. And now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day. And not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing. Let us pray. We need you, Lord, in this hour. And not only in this hour, but always. Touch us with your blessing hands and lift us all up and give us peace. Amen. These were the last words of St. Paul as he said before his departure. And this departure was not a quiet departure. He was executed by the Roman Empire. And he is saying, what I'm saying now, and especially that for me is waiting the crown of justiceness. It's not only for me, but it is for all those who believed in our Lord Jesus Christ through the message of the gospel. And this is the reason, dear sisters and brothers gathered here, why I am using with great respect these words of the apostle with regard the son of the soil who is laying here. He fought the good fight of faith for the liberation of Namibia, for justice in Namibia. And for unity in Namibia. And not only for Namibia, as we are seeing this afternoon, but for liberation, justice, peace, unity for the whole world. And this he did, not just like that, but he fought this good fight against slavery, which was rampant in this country, against oppression, against division. And the next word I'm going to mention is very much surprising that we are hearing it again in 2024. He fought against apartheid, tribalism, and violence. And the three are still present in this country. This is a beautiful country, and we have got hope derived from the son of the soil. We are walking around with our heads up on what he was preparing, our late president. But he made sure that the past is not carried into the present and the future, especially oppression, division, apartheid, tribalism, and violence. In the words of the apostle, the son of the soil, Hage G Geingob, finished the race. Not on a smooth, athletic track, as it is here on Independence Avenue, but he finished the race on thorns. The road was full of thorns. Through fire. And he was running for the cause of justice, liberation, and peace among hyenas, tigers, lions, and snakes. And he didn't quit. He never quit. He didn't waver. But he kept the faith in his Lord Jesus Christ. He was a committed church member. But in that, he embraced all people, all the faith. And he kept the vision for a Namibia or a Namibian house, in which no one will feel or experience being left out. Yes, indeed, where recognizing our differences. We have differences. We speak different languages. We look different from each other. And we belong to different political parties and church denominations. But this should be seen as a garden of flowers. And if the flowers are only red in the garden, it won't look so beautiful. But red, yellow, white, whatever you have, that's how we should see Namibia. And not only Namibia again, but the whole world. And live in unity and peace. Why? For development and prosperity. Our president's vision for unity, justice, and peace was not only for Namibia, but for the whole world. And especially these days and this time, where leaders in this world are still talking of the East and the West and the North and the South, instead of talking of one family, of the one house called planet Earth. It's shocking that people will go and throw a bomb in another country. But if you do that, will there be peace in your own country? Dear sisters and brothers, we are now left behind with a memory. That's all. We are not left behind with the wealth of this world, but we are left with a beautiful memory, which is more valuable than the wealth of this world. And this memory, sisters and brothers, is a memory of what he was always saying. One Namibian house. Pulling together in the same direction, not in different directions. And no one should feel left out. This memory must not just be a memory and the reason for unending useless speeches, but it should be a memory, sisters and brothers, your excellencies, which must be put in action, in concrete deeds. Here in Namibia, but all over the whole world. May the soul of Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob rest in eternal peace. And his inspiring memory console all of us, but especially our mother, Monica Geinkos, the children, the whole family, and the whole world. And now, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship and unity of the Holy Spirit be with us all. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bishop Kameta. Now I would like to invite Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, to present the eulogy of the late President Hage Geingob. Professor.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Dr. Nagolo Mbumba, Madam Mbumba, our beloved Madam Monica Geingob, children, and the Berry family. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, distinguished dignitaries, distinguished leaders in your various capacities, fellow mourners, brothers and sisters. My duty this afternoon is to share with you the life, one of us, highly respected son of this country, and his work and his commitment to our common humanity. Following the 6th national democratic elections held in 2014, His Excellency Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob was sworn in office on the 21st of March 2015 as the 3rd President of our Republic. In 2019, during the 7th National Assembly and presidential elections, President Hage Geingob was re-elected to the 2nd term of office. Dr. Geingob was also the 3rd President of the ruling SWAPO Party of Namibia, following his elections at the 6th SWAPO Party Ordinary Congress in November 2017. At the 7th Ordinary Congress of the SWAPO Party in 2022, President Geingob was re-elected by acclamation as a president of the SWAPO Party. As President of the Republic of Namibia from 2015 to 2024, Dr. Geingob led Namibia during a difficult period in our history, providing steady leadership throughout an economic downturn occasioned by global commodity crisis of 2014. Severe droughts between 2014 to 2019, recorded to have been the worst in the history of our country. That, of course, included COVID-19 pandemic, which affected many sectors of the economy from 2020 to 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Hage Godfrey Geingob was born on the 3rd of August, 1941. I begin to wonder how I can even confuse the date, the year of when I was born. In the district of Grootfontein, in the Shawangjipa region. Godfrey Geingob began his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. In 1958, he attended Agustinium Government College, where the first seeds of political consciousness were planted. As a student at Agustinium College, Hage actively engaged in student activism. This led to his involvement in the strike against unfair treatment of students, the students of that time. That included many people of my generation as we gathered at that particular educational institution. In 1961, he completed his teacher's training, after which he started teaching in Sumep. It was in Sumep where he started partaking in SWAPO activities and officially joined SWAPO Party in 1962. On the 3rd of April 1962, Dr. Geingob left Namibia, then Southwest Africa, into exile, transiting through Botswana, joining other freedom fighters, particularly at that time from South Africa, from Mozambique, from Angola, and of course from Namibia here, to pursue the struggle for liberation. Dr. Geingob left Botswana for Leopoldville, now known as Kinshasa, in the DRC, the Congo, and was eventually offered a scholarship to go to the United States of America, where he enrolled at Temple University in Philadelphia. While in the United States, Dr. Geingob was appointed as SWAPO representative to the Americas, and of course serving as a chief representative to the United Nations. Combining his duties as a freedom fighter and a petitioner at the United Nations, Dr. Geingob obtained a BA in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970, and later read for a master's degree in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974. In 1997, the University of Namibia had the honor to award him an honorary doctorate of laws. Eventually he obtained a doctor of philosophy from Leeds University in the United Kingdom in 2004, with his thesis titled "The State Formation in Namibia, Promoting Democracy and Good Governance." In 2015, Dr. Geingob received from his alma mater, Fordham University, an honorary degree in doctorate in humane letters, a recipient of many international awards in recognition of his exceptional leadership in different areas of human endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Geingob is also a recipient of the Order of Joseph Marti Award for his exceptional leadership from the government of the Republic of Cuba. Following the termination of the South African mandate over Namibia in 1966, the United Nations assumed direct responsibility and subsequently established a nationhood program for Namibia that included the setting up of the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia. Dr. Geingob was assigned by SWAPO to be a member of the United Nations team as a political affairs officer. Dr. Geingob was appointed a director of that institution in Lusaka from 1975, and he served until 1989. An institution that he established and whose core mandate was sectoral policy research and to train cadres for the future civil service of an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was chosen by the leadership of SWAPO to lead a cohort of senior SWAPO leaders and Namibians then living in exile to return to Namibia under the United Nations Security Council Resolution 435, a resolution that paved the way for free and fair elections that was conducted by the United Nations and supervised by our dear Matia Tisari. Following the successful United Nations supervised election in 1989, where he held the position of a director of elections of SWAPO. Dr. Geingob was elected chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, the body that was responsible for drafting the constitution for independent Namibia. At the independence on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. Geingob was appointed as our first Prime Minister, where he dismantled the apartheid administrative system in favor of inclusive public service geared towards serving the interests of all Namibians, regardless of color or place of origin, but for the sake of molding a united country. Dr. Geingob served for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister, before taking a brief break from the political scene. In 2005, Dr. Geingob returned to active politics and served as a chief whip of the SWAPO party in the National Assembly, and was a chairperson of the Parliamentary Study Committee of Economics and Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, following his election in 2007 as a vice president of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was appointed in 2008 as a Minister of Trade and Industry. As a minister, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the assistance of small and medium enterprises through the Equipment Aid Scheme, the industrial policy, and the creation of SME Bank. Dr. Geingob was elected as a vice president of SWAPO Party during November 2007 at the SWAPO Party Congress. In 2012, Dr. Geingob was re-elected as a vice president of SWAPO Party, following which he was reappointed as a prime minister in 2012 until his election as a president of Namibia in November 2014. Dr. Geingob was, along with his colleagues, was a major player in various regional, continental, and international forums. His presence and contribution was highly appreciated and left indelible mark in international affairs. On the regional stage, Dr. Geingob served as the chairperson of the SADC organ of politics, defense and security cooperation. He was also actively involved in the work of the African Union, contributing to ensuring peace and stability across the African continent. On the stage of the United Nations, President Geingob shared a deep understanding for its work in development, peace, and security. He was a passionate member of the African Union Committee as one of the 10 heads of state calling for reforms of the United Nations Security Council. As a president of Namibia, he played a crucial role in our engagement with the Commonwealth of Nations. A fervent defender of unity of the Namibian people. His themes are inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict. One Namibia, one nation, and that no one should feel left out in the Namibian house. A prominent of the partnership in government and enhance transparency and accountability in the public service. President Geingob led the creation of the Anti-Corruption Commission as a prime minister in the 1990s. Very active throughout his career as a senior person within our government. Spared no effort in speaking out in favor of a free press and advocating the ability that we should be open to each other. And in politics, there is always a give and take. Concerned with the acceleration of development and prosperity for the Namibian people, President Geingob initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan 1 and 2, where the stated objective of strengthening effective governance, architecture, the social progression of vulnerable and economic infrastructure advancement for Namibia, as well as enhancement of Namibia's standing in the international arena. Dr. Geingob championed the creation of Namibia's Sovereign Wealth Fund to ensure sustainable development for generations to come. All that having in mind a peaceful Namibia, a developed Namibia, taking into account what we inherited at the time of independence. A divided country, divided on ethnic lines, but wanting to heal the wounds and make sure that we proceed as a united country. His Excellency, Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob, is survived by his dear wife, Monica Geinkos, 8 children and 3 grandchildren, 2 siblings, and many nieces and nephews. Go well, my friend, the son of Namibia. We will forever miss you and will always remember you. Rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the presentation of the eulogy and the parliamentary choir for that song. Now we proceed to the next item, which is the performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. Thank you very much, Namibian Defence Force Military Band. And now we move to tributes. And I would like to invite Mrs. Ndita Nipondoka Robiati to deliver a statement on behalf of the children and the grandchildren. Ms. Robiati.
Honorable Right Prime Minister Sarah Kuongela Madira, thank you so much for this opportunity. Directors of proceedings, may I kindly request that the children join me on the podium as I read this tribute on their behalf. So if Mangaliso, Nangula, Oshoveli, Dangos, Hage Jr., Helmut, Nino, Kayla, Naomi, and Jackson. Baby Lucas won't be able to join us. she wants us here. We won't fit. Yeah, we won't fit. Our beloved Monica Gengos, affectionately known as our Mama Bear, Your Excellency, Nangolo Mbumba, our cherished and beloved Chief Mona, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Seski Mbumba, His Excellency President Sam Nujoma, our founding father, and Madam Nujoma, His Excellency, our second President, Ngifikepunye Pohamba, and Madam Pohamba, heads of states and governments present here and your representatives, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Madam Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, dear mourners, Directors of proceedings, kindly allow me to stand by the protocol observed for the sake of brevity. I shall now deliver this message on behalf of the children and the grandchildren whom I have already called to the stage and I have already called by name. Our father was indeed a father in our nation. As his children and grandchildren, we understand that our father wore the heaviest of mantles, and so we tried our best to be his support system, to step back and allow others who wanted pieces of him to have their way, to resolve our problems without burdening him, and to not stress him out with our issues. The irony is that he was always stressed over our issues. Have we eaten? Are we sorted? Are we comfortable? It never ceased to amaze us how he always found the time and energy to ever be present for us. He fathered an entire nation with the same love and concern. Have all the children of Namibia eaten? Is the nation sorted? Are businessmen and women given every opportunity to succeed? Is government doing its best and its part effectively and efficiently? Are the women, men, and children of Namibia comfortable in terms of their dwelling? Are they safe? Are they respected, recognized, and included? And whenever the answer was that not all Namibians have this, our father applied his whole golden big heart, his brilliant mind, and his passionate soul to stressing over the lives and livelihoods of the Namibian children. Our father was a father figure to many. We were raised alongside several siblings, many of whom are here today. In fact, multitudes of which are here today. And thank you so much for accompanying us. In the vast tapestry of existence, where such thread weaves its own narrative, our father's story was one of resilience, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. He was a beacon of hope and a testament to the belief that from the humblest of beginnings, greatness can emerge. Our father was a man of principle, embodying the virtues of honesty, integrity, and respect. He navigated the complexities of life with a steadfast moral compass, always guided by the light of truth and the strength of his convictions. His life was a masterclass in the art of living purposefully, a symphony of actions driven by love, duty, and an unshakable belief in the potentiality of humanity. He was not merely a participant in the unfolding story of our nation. He was a visionary architect, dreaming of a future where dignity, prosperity, and unity were not just ideals, but realities for all, our Namibian house. His vision was not confined to the corridors of power, but extended into the hearts and the homes of those he served with such devotion, our Namibian house. Our father's approach to life was characterized by a remarkable balance of strength and gentleness. His resilience was not born of rigidity, but of a profound understanding of the human condition. He knew the value of hard work, the importance of dreams, and the indispensable nature of truth and brevity, a true son of the soil. In the quiet moments, in the spaces between the demands of leadership, he was a family man at his core. His love for us, his children, was boundless, his guidance unwavering, and his support unconditional. Today, as we celebrate his life and honor his memory, we pledge to carry forward the torch of his legacy. We will strive to live by his principles, to embody the virtues he held dear, and to continue his work of building a future that reflects the beauty of his dreams. Our dad was more than a leader. He was a source of light in a world that often feels overshadowed by the clouds of despair. In his memory, let us all be bearers of that light, champions of the values he cherished, and architects of the world he believed we could create together. In closing, we find solace in the belief that while his journey on this earth has ended, his spirit continues to guide us. His lessons continue to inspire us, and his love continues to embrace us. We are eternally grateful for the privilege of calling him Dad, Papa, Opa. And we take comfort in knowing that his legacy will forever be a beacon of hope, guiding us toward a brighter, more united future. Thank you, Dad, for everything. Your memory will forever be a treasure in our hearts, a reminder of the power of love, the importance of principle, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. Dad, we will miss you so much. Mangaliso will miss those late-night phone calls. Helmut will miss the way you truly understood and listened to him. Nangula will miss your vibrant discussions on politics and campaign trails. Naomi will miss cooking for her papa. Oshoveli and Jackson will miss your sports banter and passionate debates. Dangos will miss rubbing your feet after a hard day at work and sharing your personal, special handshake. Nino will miss being your top guy. Kayla will miss how you always took her side, no matter what. And baby Lucas will miss calling you Ota. We will all miss your quick and witted jokes, your sound advice, and your unconditional love. You live in our lives forever now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Robiati for presenting the statement of the children of our late president. We extend our condolences to them once more. Now, with your understanding, I would postpone the performances by the Namibian Defence Force military band so that they will do that at the end of the program, and so we can proceed with the speakers for the sake of time. I would now like to invite Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, our Prime Minister, Sarah Gukongelo Madila, Your Excellency, President Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic, and First Lady Madam Seseki Bumba, Madam Monica Geingob, the widow, the children, grandchildren, shall I say, the nuclear and the extended Sandip Kalondo families, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments present, former heads of states and governments, Excellencies, ambassadors, and plenipotentiaries of states, Your Excellency, Founding President of our Republic, President Sam Shafishuna Nujoma and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency, our second President of the Republic, Tatekuru Hifike Punye Pohamba and Madam Pohamba, Vice President of our Republic, Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa and General Retired Ndaitwa, Speaker of our National Assembly, Peter Kashavivi, and Chairperson of the National Council, Muha, members of our Cabinet, members of Parliament, Your Lordship Chief Justice and the Judiciary, the Secretary General of the ruling party, Sophia Chaningwa, members of the Fourth Estate, service chiefs, luminaries of our great society, prelate men of the clergy, led by Bishop Emeritus Kameta, and Reverend Dr. Geno Nakamela, amongst prominent men of the clergy, Chief Emmanuel Gassep, Chairperson of the Traditional Council, Governor of the region, Laura McLeod, Mayor of Windhoek, and all other important leaders present here. Fellow mourners, today we gather to bid farewell to a statesman, a leader, a unifying force in the history of our nation, the late Hage G Geingob. In this moment of grief, let us reflect on the profound impact he had on our nation and monumental legacy he leaves behind. Generally, eulogizing any person is a formidable task, particularly when it pertains to an individual of Geingob's stature, class, and wits, whose influence inspired our nation. In the medley of our nation, as we commemorate the life and legacy of President Geingob, the profound words of Odysseus of the Greek mythology echo through the corridors of time. We ponder the question that Odysseus asked, and he asked the following, and I quote, "Will strangers hear our names long after we are gone and wonder who we were, how bravely we fought and how fiercely we loved," quote unquote. President Geingob's legacy, not only as a head of state, but also as a deft negotiator on the international stage, is a testament to his enduring impact on our nation. His skillful diplomacy and adept negotiation strategies were instrumental in navigating some of the complexities of our nation's history. Just as Odysseus contemplated the echoes of his actions, we too must consider the indelible mark that Geingob leaves on the pages of Namibian history. Generations yet unborn shall inquire about the man who was a fierce debater, a master negotiator, and more so loved in his country with great fervor. President Geingob can be remembered at midwifing our national constitution. What an honor that he was to this country, that during a difficult time, he could get it right in a passage of less than 80 days to create a respected Bill of Rights that is respected globally. That is the man we are eulogizing today. President Geingob shall be remembered by me, who had the honor to oppose him, to hold his government accountable for the last 9 years, as a man who nearly single-handedly convinced our country that we must take on the European Union and renegotiate at the EPAs. He did it. And that is the acumen of a man I am eulogizing today. In honoring Geingob's memory, let us recognize that his actions, like those of Odysseus, transcend the immediate present. His name shall endure, and strangers in the future will hear of his deeds, pondering the character of the leader who was present for many historical events in our nation's young history. Fellow mourners, in this solemn moment as we bid farewell to my dear elder brother, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to you, my sister, Madam Monica Geingob. And I want to start my statement by saying this to you, my dear sister. The burden you carry during this period of profound loss is undoubtedly immense. And it is with sincere sympathy and empathy that I acknowledge the strength and resilience you have exhibited as the pillar of your family. Navigating the intricate responsibility of being a matriarch of the Namibian house was not an easy feat. And your steadfastness during these challenging times has not gone unnoticed. The sacrifices you made and the strength you displayed for the sake of your children, your family, exemplify the depth of your character and the love that binds your household. As my wife and I reflect on your poise and resilience, we stand in awe of your grace under such trying times. I know your own husband would have said, Monica, are you a crybaby? You must not be a coward. So I don't want you to mourn by crying. I want you to celebrate your life partner. Madam Geingob, your role as a partner to the late President Geingob did not go unnoticed, and I extend my utmost respect for the love, care, and support you provided throughout your marriage. I knew Dr. Geingob very well, and I knew when he was happy. And I can testify in front of all the millions of our people, Hage was happy around Monica, all the time. As we collectively mourn his loss, I want you to know that my wife and I are profoundly proud of you. Your resilience, dignity, and unwavering support have been a source of inspiration to many during this challenging time. I say this to you. You took a ceremonial office of First Lady, and you conducted yourself that even politicians started to wait what you're saying. And that is the character of the woman you displayed in this country. We are proud of you, Monica Geingob. As we navigate the tempest of loss, we turn to the words of William Shakespeare, who encapsulated the essence of our shared sorrow, when he said the following, and I quote, "When he shall die, take him and cut him out in the little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun," quote unquote. In the tapestry of our nation, President Geingob's legacy shines as a constellation, a guiding light that has shaped the fabric of our identity. His dedication to the nation-building project will forever remain etched in our collective memory. President Geingob often spoke of the test of our nation being in its unity, particularly during the unprecedented periods in our history. Today we find ourselves at such a junction, facing daunting challenges that define our era. It is during these trying times that the unity he championed becomes not just a test, but a beacon, guiding us through the storm. Fellow mourners, President Geingob on the political theater. President Geingob could certainly be difficult at times, and he made me very, very angry. And I'm sure I also made him very, very angry on the many positions that we took. But President Geingob conducted a political transactional currency of the highest level, that we could disagree as compatriots of one country for months, but we would always view each other as compatriots. We had respect for one another. We were not condescending. We had differences, acrimonious differences politically that ought to be in a country. But one thing was, Geingob was a patriot to this country, and he knew that his opposing Namibians were also compatriots. And for that, I shall forever hold him very dear. President Geingob and I shared a brief friendship in the earlier years of our careers. I was a young man, went to Parliament at the age of 26. He was the chief whip of his party, I was the chief whip of my party. And this is where the camaraderie started. I don't want to waste time, but I want to bring these small moments in our lives that I will forever cherish as an elder brother. He was a bridge builder of all times. When it was not a common thing in this country for opposing leaders to become personal friends, Hage Geingob made friends with the opposition. We could go to his house, he could call our homes. We had friendship that the country was not even realizing why he was doing that. But he was a bridge builder. For that, I shall forever remain indebted to him. One day, we took a flight, myself and him. He was the chairman of the economics committee, and he made that committee so powerful. And he wanted the best a la creme of parliamentarians to be part of that committee. Long story short, we landed, took a very light aircraft, was seated next to me. We went to Kunene South in the conservancy areas. Dr. Topi Aupindi reminded me of this story. He was the managing director of one company called Wilderness Safari or something. So they took us on a ride to see the fauna and flora of the area and to see the animals. Myself, President Geingob, our Foreign Minister Pea Mushelenga, jumped on a car that was open. And as we were traversing, we saw a very stray elephant. And this elephant was charging on the car that we were seated in. Typical Geingob. You see, you want us to get killed. We have better assignments to do in the future. Turn this car, let's go back. So we went back. So when we arrived later years, you, Venani, you were brave that day. But had you not been, for me, you wouldn't have even been the opposition leader of this country. You would have been dead by now. Ha ha ha. He would laugh. Above all, the man was a man of principle and code. He had a set of public virtues that brought strength and purpose to his life and to our country. He was a very honest man, even when it offended others. He would take a position, like it or not. Hage would take a position. You knew where you stood with him on any matter. Of recent, he took on Germany on the question of Israel and the Namibian genocide. I must say, this man was a man of principle, a worthy opponent, a critical debater, but a man who would always hold hand. I see, with great respect, the President of Germany is here, Herr Steinmeier. Herr Steinmeier, on the mortal remains of my friend, many German leaders for the last many years never came to this country. The last person who was here was Herr Helmut Kohl. It's good that you are here. But on the mortal remains of this man and on the work that was started by our second president, President Pohamba, our people are expecting that the Namibian-German case of genocide to be settled. We plead to you when you go back that on the negotiating table, create a respectable deal on behalf of our people, create an honorable deal so that we close this chapter and move on going forward. Namibia is better for his presence amongst us. The world is smaller for his departure, and we will remember him as he was, unwavering and towering. We will remember his husky voice, his jovial smile and laughter. As friends, when the political temperatures went high, my dear sister Monica would toss us one side at state events. The two of us had a weakness not to look like our problems. So Monica would ask, so Hage and McHenry, who is better dressed today? She would be on the floor because Hage would start saying, obviously Hage, how can this young man dress better than me? That is the man who was Hage, always jovial and making jokes when it comes to easy time. We will remember his composure. We will remember that he brought a sense of calm to an office ever so serious. I recall during the COVID-19 pandemic, if I have to write about Hage Geingob, that was his best years of being a leader of this country. Hage was conducting these family meetings, alcohol prohibited. Alcohol prohibited. Hage would share, often on WhatsApps, on the conditions of the COVID-19, but how he demonstrated leadership during that difficult time, it was something to be emulated. Of course, he was not a perfect man. Hage never knew how to console someone. Oh my goodness. During COVID-19, I was in ICU. My sister dies, and just as I leave ICU, Hage calls. Yeah, my young brother, you must know people die. I'm like saying Big G. I used to call him Big G. How do you start? Like, well, I know what has happened to you, but people do die. You must just be strong. Continue. That is Hage. That is the man we are honoring today. Shall I say, death, have thee no shame. Death, have thee no shame. We have been robbed of one of our brightest minds, not just our generation, but also in our history. We have been gripped by loss that affects every household in this great republic. This is not just the death of a public figure. It feels personal. Hage's death is felt everywhere in our country. The elders, the young, everyone, even people from various political parties, everybody is saying our leader has gone. That is the man that he was. I've always respected his views on the free media, and that he allowed the media to have a full day with him. He would be questioned on anything that he does, right or wrong, personal or no personal. Hage would be on the front lines, and that's how he treated the media. I'm sure the media will miss him dearly. I will miss him dearly because our politics was very loud. Hage would disagree with us very loudly. He would always watch parliamentary debates every day. And if Venani is scoring the goals, he would call certain people, I don't want to name their names. And when they come back, you see that they're hitting. When they're hitting back, I know it's the instruction comes from State House. At this juncture, we must envision a future guided by the principles of unity, service, and unwavering commitment to our nation. The challenges we face demand decisive leadership and steadfast dedication to our defining values. Inspired by Geingob's legacy, current and future generations must walk the journey of serving the people. In commemorating him, we salute the work he has done for our country selflessly. As we navigate the path forward, we should continue to construct what he termed Namibian House, that is steadfast, committed to the eradication of divisive elements. Tribalism, racism, regionalism, and any other forms of discrimination must find no place within our national narrative. Together as a united country, we must seek to mitigate the challenges that lies ahead, fortified by the values that President Geingob's leadership defined. Furthermore, our commitment to high transactional currency has saved our politics. We are one country that has done very well in terms of our democratic credentials. It's not a perfect house, but we are building that house knowing that as citizens, we must continue to support and help a country before politics. Namibian first, country first, politics second. and that is the mantra of the political currency that I and him continue to engage in. We must seize this moment to reaffirm our collective commitment, combating the persistent challenges of underdevelopment, unemployment and inequality and to identify our efforts in laying the foundations for a Namibia that epitomizes goodness and justice. In bidding farewell to President Geingob, let us draw solace to his favorite word in the Bible, Psalm 34, verse 18. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. May these verses offer solace and assurance as we navigate the path ahead in honoring President Geingob. Finally, as we lament a life well
In the heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye. To truly grasp his impact, one had to be in his presence. He was a man of many facets. A people's person, a farmer, a seasoned diplomat, a family man, a straight talker, a lover of sports, a true gentle giant. Born under a tree on a farm, his journey led him to become the first Prime Minister and the third democratically elected president.
I would like to invite Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party, to make a statement on behalf of the SWAPO Party. Your Excellency.
Salute, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever. Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Sarah Kuwongero Madira, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Genkos, Third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency Dr. Ifike Punyepohamba,
second President of the Republic of Namibia, heads of, and Madame Pohamba, heads of international and regional organizations, heads of delegation. In the interest of time, I sincerely request that I stand on the protocol established and to say, comrades, fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, under the glorious banner of freedom, solidarity, and justice, the SWAPO Party family is grieved by the loss of our leader. We are nursing the deep and overwhelming pain of losing someone who was not only closer to us, but a valued member of our party, who dedicated his entire life to the cause of our revolutionary party and to the Namibian nation. It is therefore with a heavy heart and deepest sorrow that I stand here to bid farewell and pay tribute to one of the heroes of our liberation struggle. In human history, every country is bestowed and gifted with outstanding heroes and heroines, whose lives are embodied in the national tapestry of its political, economic, and culture, as well as social and economic life. Namibia, too, is blessed with outstanding leaders, revolutionaries, and iconic giants who have made great contribution to the birth and the growth of our country. Our departed president, Comrade Dr. Hage G Geingob, is one of those heroes. And it was not by mistake when the SWAPO party deployed Comrade Geingob to the government and to the Namibian nation. And he did not let the party down. And this is demonstrated by the way the nation and the world is mourning him. From 1962, when he joined SWAPO, up to the 4th February 2024, when the entire Namibian nation woke up to the devastating news of his pass. It marked a period of 64 years of solid and total commitment and dedication to the just cause of our genuine freedom and independence, and to the building of a united, peaceful, and inclusive Namibia. He was a leader born into a generation that fearlessly sacrificed for a free and independent Namibia. The SWAPO party and our country has lost a revolutionary, a visionary, a touring hero. He was a divine gift bestowed upon Namibia and its people. Building on the foundation led by Comrade Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the founding president and the father of Namibian nation, and Comrade Ifike Ponye Pohamba, our second president, Comrade Geingob, focused on Namibia's social progress and economic emancipation. He championed unity of purpose and action among all Namibians. He strived for inclusive economic prosperity for all our people. His name will definitely remain engraved in the annals of the history of our country and, of course, that of SWAPO party. Our departed president's contribution to the development and the growth of Namibia as a modern constitutional democracy leaves a visible permanent mark. He did not only contribute to the crafting of the democratic constitution of Namibia that he chaired, but also strive to promote its full application in all the areas of governance during his tenure of office as the first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic of Namibia, the land of the brave. As Prime Minister, he championed the unification, modernization, and cultivation of a high-performance culture in the Namibian public service. His commitment and dedication to good governance is reflected in both the political and administrative architecture of our nation today. The direct access to his office by all citizens of our country through open and transparent engagement was immensely promoted, while the political and administration interface between the political principal and administrator was reinforced during his tenure of office. He was indeed a people's president, and that's why as a country, for the past 3 weeks, we have been all in mourning, and memorial service were held even under a tree deep in the rural areas of our country. The nation mourning its leader, the nation mourning its loved one. During his presidency, Comrade Dr. Hage G Geingob has initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan, a comprehensive policy tool which is aimed at addressing the socio-economic development challenges facing the country and, of course, to faster tracking the attainment of the goals enumerated in our long-term vision 2030. The 4 pillars in the Harambee Prosperity Plan, namely effective governance, economic advancement, social progression, infrastructure development, and international cooperation, represents his pioneering goal to bring about an inclusive prosperity for all Namibians. On the international front, our departed president leaves a legacy of a true champion of world peace and security, as well as equal sharing of prosperity among all nations of the world. His voice was vocal at various international fora, particularly the SADC, the African Union, the United Nations, and many others, for the promotion of multilateralism and equality among nations. The world was waiting with expectation for him, with his German counterpart present here today, to chair the UN Summit for the Future this year. Unfortunately, we will miss him. And the presence of many international guests here or mourners is a clear testimony that the world will miss him, particularly during the UN Summit for the Future. Fellow mourners, dear comrades, with the passing of our president, we will miss him, his parental caring and unifying character. His absence leaves a gap in our midst. As SWAPO and as members of the entire Namibian House, of course, one of his ventures that he deeply upholds and promoted when he was alive was unity of purpose and action among all the people of Namibia. At the party level, Comrade Geingob advocated for the organic unit of the entire SWAPO party leadership and the rank and the file. We will embrace and continue to promote his legacy in order to ensure that SWAPO party remains a party of choice and a true political home for all Namibians. As we mourn his passing, let us rededicate ourselves and continue to emulate his exemplary deeds in the second phase of the struggle for economic independence. It is our belief that Comrade Geingob has joined others, gallant sons and daughters of our land, who have preceded him. May the revolutionary spirit of Comrade Geingob endure in many of our honors, and may we honor him by building a prosperous Namibia where generations will live in unity, peace, and harmony. Comrade Geingob has also invested a Namibian house that is united, peaceful, and inclusive. Let the current and the future generation of Namibia continue to draw inspiration from his legacy, and let us really build a Namibian house in which nobody should feel left out. Meme Monica Geingob, our third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire Brevet family. You have lost a husband. You have lost a father. You have lost an uncle. You have lost a grandpa. But I want to tell you, you have not lost a Namibia. You have not lost the Namibians. You have not lost the world. You have seen how many heads of state, first ladies, dignitaries who came to Casa Rosaria in the course of the 3 weeks. That's the assurance that you should have, that besides this dark crowd that befell in your house, you still have the people around you. And be hopeful. And as a family of SWAPO party, we are also there. And we will continue to say comrades when we are coming home. Therefore, at this point, allow me, on behalf of SWAPO party leadership and the entire rank and file, to extend our sincere, heartfelt condolence on the passing of your dear husband, your dear father, and for us, our dear comrade, our beloved President, Dr. Hage Geingob. To you, Meme Monica, the children and the family, thank you for sharing Comrade President Geingob with the nation. Taking away from the family time, this we highly appreciate, and we will always remember it. We greatly share in your loss, and we only say, may the Almighty God console and strengthen all of you or us during this difficult period of mourning. Go well, Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob. Go well, our beloved President, our leader. Go well, our hero. Rest in perfect and eternal peace, Comrade Hage Godfrey Geingob. We salute thee, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever. Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President. I now move on to the next speaker, who is His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. And I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Pohamba to present his tribute. Your Excellency.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic. Excellency, Madam Sus Mbumba, First Lady of our Republic, Her Excellency Comrade Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of our Republic, and the Lieutenant Epaphras Ndaitwah, the widow, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, former Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency, distinguished heads of delegations, fellow mourners, permit me to stand on the established protocol. On Sunday, February 4th, the Namibian nation woke up to the horrifying and the painful news of the passing away of our President, Dr. Hage G Geingob. I, for one, was shocked and deeply touched by this devastating news. The news of the death of our President, a leader who, as a young man, influenced by the political situation in the country at the time, took a conscious decision to join his fellow Namibians abroad who were fighting to liberate his motherland. We are here today to pay our final respect to a man who served his nation with passion during the dark days of our struggle for freedom and independence. A man who would serve as the first Prime Minister in an independent Namibia, and who went on to become the third President of the Republic of Namibia. I have known the late Comrade Hage for more than 60 years now. We met for the first time at a bus stop at a railway station in Chumeb in December 1962. On that day, Comrade Eliandro Matale and I were being deported to our native homeland. Upon our release from imprisonment that lasted several months, we were imprisoned for being out of the country without a permission. This was after we were arrested upon our return from Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania, in 1962. Dear mourners, Comrade Geingob left the country and joined SWAPO office in the then Bechuanaland, now the Republic of Botswana, where he temporarily served as an assistant representative of SWAPO. During the period between 1963 and 1964, after which he left to study in the United States of America. In 1964, SWAPO Party President Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma appointed Comrade Geingob to represent the SWAPO Party while studying in the United States, and served as SWAPO Party representative at the United Nations and to the Americas. During his tenure as SWAPO Party representative at the United Nations, Comrade Geingob traveled extensively within the United States, addressing meetings, and he was, in most cases, accompanied by his fellow students, such as Comrade Hidipo Hamtenya, Comrade Theo Benegurirab, and others. These efforts contributed to massively the recognition of SWAPO Party as the sole and authentic representative of the people of Namibia by the United Nations General Assembly, leading to, and that was after several years, the independence of Namibia in 1990. In 1975, Comrade Sam Nujoma, the president of SWAPO Party, recommended for the appointment of Comrade Hage Geingob to be director of the newly established United Nations Institute for Namibia. Comrade Geingob and his team were responsible for the establishing of the institution in Lusaka, Republic of Zambia. SWAPO asked the United Nations and the members of the international community to establish an institution to train the young Namibians who were taught under the Bantu education in Namibia, which was not a proper education setup. The primary functions, that is Comrade Hage Geingob and his colleagues, was to train cadres who would take over the civil service in independent Namibia. Yes, indeed, this had happened. Today, we have the Chief Justice of this country, Peter Sibote. We have Petros Damaset, Judge President. We have Martha Imara, Prosecutor General. We have Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs. We have Pendukeni Vulaitana, former Minister of Home Affairs. We have Inge Zamani Kamu, Presidential Advisor. All these 7 people I have mentioned were trained, or they went through the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka. Director of Ceremonies, Comrade Hage Geingob, served as director of the United Nations Institute for Namibia until 1989, when he was reassigned to lead the SWAPO party leaders back home. That included me. I was also in that group. Dear monarchs, after 27 years of absence from his motherland, Comrade Geingob and many of us finally returned home on the 18th of June, 1989, under the leadership of Comrade Geingob. In the same year, Comrade Hage Geingob was elected by the Politburo of SWAPO Party as Director of Elections to spearhead the SWAPO's election campaign in the country. Along with his team, they set up election centers all over the country and led the electoral campaign that saw the SWAPO party win the majority in 1990. On 21st November 1989, Comrade Hage was elected chairman of the Constituent Assembly, which was responsible for the formulation a drafting of the Namibian Constitution. It was a process of building mutual trust between the former warring parties. The Namibian Constitution was unanimously adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 9th of February, 1990. On March 21st, 1990, Comrade Sam Nujoma, as new President of the Republic of Namibia, appointed Comrade Hage as the first Prime Minister. In November 2007, the Politburo nominated Comrade Hage as a candidate for the position of Vice President of SWAPO Party. At the Congress, Comrade Hage was elected the Vice President, unopposed, on 29th November 2007, after which, as second President of the Republic of Namibia, I appointed him Minister of Trade and Industry on April 2008. At the 2012 SWAPO Party Congress, Comrade Hage Geingob was re-elected as Vice President on 2nd December 2012. After the Congress, I appointed the Comrade Hage Geingob Prime Minister on December 4th, making him the first Prime Minister to serve under two presidents. Comrade Hage Geingob was the best administrator in public and government business in this country. His dedication earned him respect and admiration, not only among the SWAPO Party leadership, but also among the opposition parties, rank and file. Comrade Geingob was subsequently elected the President of Namibia by an overwhelming majority on the 28th November 2014. On 21st March 2015, I handed over the symbols of power to Comrade Hage Geingob as he was sworn in as Namibia's third president. At that time, I assured the Namibian nation that I am leaving Namibia in good hands. I still believe that in Geingob, Namibia was in good hands, judging by what his administration has accomplished during the reign characterized by many challenges, such as economic downturn that affected the many economies in the world, drought, and floods. And the COVID-19. And the COVID-19 pandemic. Director of Ceremonies on the 18th of April 2015, the Central Committee of SWAPO Party convened a meeting in Ongwediva, where, among other things, I tendered in my resignation as a SWAPO Party president to allow the Vice President to act until the next Congress, and thereby allowing him to have a full authority to manage both affairs of state and those of the SWAPO Party. Following this development, the Central Committee organized a public meeting on the 19th of April, 2015, at the Osakati Soccer Stadium, during which I officially handed over the SWAPO Party presidential instruments of power to the SWAPO Party acting president, Comrade Hage G Geingob. Dear monarchs, the passing away of Comrade Hage G Geingob must remind us of the Peter Nanyembas, Tobias Hainyekos, and the many more freedom fighters who died fighting at the battlefront. It must remind us that the peace and the freedom that we enjoy in Namibia today was achieved. It was achieved through the bloodshed. President Geingob departed this earthly life at a time when he was still serving his country and the people as head of state and the government. As a freedom fighter, chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, minister, prime minister, president, and a political mentor to many. Comrade Geingob did indeed run a good race. His legacy should inspire us to continue to build from where he has ended, so that Namibia could continue on a positive trajectory in the fight against the challenges of economic development, unemployment, poverty eradication, and the effective provision of public services. We cannot talk about the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia without mentioning the name Hage G Geingob, because of his leading role that he played at the birth of our republic. When we were drafting the Constitution, his efforts should therefore inspire us to rededicate ourselves to the values and ideals founded in our Constitution for the prosperity of our country and the people. Comrade Hage has left us too soon. There is a lot more that he could have done for our country and our people, should his fiscal health allow it. That notwithstanding, we recognize and value the countless contributions he has made towards the attainment of our freedom and independence, and to the social and economic development of our country. Our nation will remember him for his patriotic deeds and his contribution to the building of a new democracy after decades of subjugation and colonial brutality. Jamonas, although Comrade Hage Geingob is no longer with us, fiscally, his legacy will forever be remembered by Namibians whose lives were positively impacted by his deeds and by his wise leadership. Let us honor the legacy of Comrade Hage Geingob by reinforcing the policy of national reconciliation, strengthening of our democratic institutions, maintaining peace and stability, and implementing policies that can bring about tangible improvement in the lives of all our people. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge and show my sincere appreciation and gratitude to you all, my fellow Namibian citizens, for your planning and the participation in the heartfelt memorial services for our late President Hage Geingob. In all our regions, cities, towns, and villages, I do this from the bottom of my heart. I thank you all. May my fellow citizens, to our former First Lady, Madam Monica Genkos, the children of the entire immediate and extended family, I would like to say, we share your sorrow, your pain, and your loss. Our hearts and our prayers are with you during this difficult, dark time. We wish you solace, strength, and consolidation during this moment. May the Almighty God give you strength to carry on. May the soul of our dear departed President Hage Geingob rest in peace forever. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. The back of the vehicle. Yes. 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 Same vehicle. Yeah, no. Yeah, tell you.
Excellencies, I would like first and foremost to appeal. I would like to appeal to that side there. There is too much noise there. I don't know whether you are listening. We want some order there, please. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, fellow monarchs, I would like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Sarah Kuongera Amadila, our Prime Minister, to deliver the statement of our founding President and Father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapofi, Co-Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children, and the entire Geingob family, Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, current and retired, and all leaders of delegation, all protocol observed. I will read the tribute by His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding President and Father of the Namibian nation, on the occasion of the state funeral in honor of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, national hero and third President of the Republic of Namibia. It goes as follows. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, First Lady, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children and the entire Geingob family, Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, past and present, Your Excellency Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba, former President, and Madame Pohamba, former First Lady, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President, and retired Lieutenant General Ndaitwa, Her Royal Highness Princess Anne of the British Royal Family, members of the Diplomatic Corps and other foreign dignitaries, allow me to stand by the protocol already established. We are gathered here not only to bid farewell to His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob, the third President of the Republic of Namibia, but also to celebrate his heroic life and acknowledge his immense contributions to the attainment of our country's independence and nation building. The sad news of his untimely passing struck a deep and solemn note when I received a call shortly after midnight on Sunday, the 4th of February, 2024, from His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, informing me that President Geingob is no more. The last time I spoke to the late President Hage Geingob was when he called me on a day before he went for medical treatment abroad. On that occasion, I wish him a quick recovery and renewed strength to continue leading our country to greater heights of economic development and prosperity. As the nation collectively grieves this profound loss of a loving husband to his dear wife and a caring father to his children, our thoughts and prayers are with the widow, Madame Monica Geinkos, former First Lady, the children, and the extended Geingob's family and clan at this difficult time. May you find solace in the knowledge that as a nation we share in your grief and join you in mourning our departed President Geingob. Fellow mourners, It is difficult to eulogize and vividly capture in words what makes a life and the essential truth of a person. However, having heard the many tributes that have been written over the past 3 weeks describing the late President Hage Geingob as a freedom fighter, a Pan-Africanist, and the chief architect of our Constitution and our governance architecture, I could not agree more with such description, as it is appropriate and fits him aptly. Indeed, it has been profoundly touching to witness how the news of his untimely passing united our nation in grief and sorrow. Similarly, the outpouring of love from all over the world is a testament to President Geingob's diplomacy of multilateralism when he said, "Namibia is a child of international solidarity and therefore a friend to all and an enemy to none." Against this background, the theme of this state funeral, which reads, "Inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict," is befitting as the late President Hage Geingob fervently advocated for our country's unity in diversity, reflecting our unique Namibian identity as opposed to our different ethnic identities, which he weaved together in a common tapestry through his mantra of the Namibian house, in which no one should feel left out. He will thus be remembered as a unifier because he embodied a politics that was not divisive, as he understood the immense power of unity and vehemently fought against tribalism. For those of us who knew him, those who worked alongside him, and those who loved him, it is unbearable that we will not see him again. We may have lost the commanding presence of a gentle giant and a roaring lion with the heart of a lamb, as well as the heavy accented tone of a towering figure, but his spirit will live on in the countless men and women that he mentored and trained over the years. Fellow mourners, the first time I met the late President Hage Geingob was at Leopoldville, Kinshasa in the Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, when he joined us in exile in 1963 through Botswana, where he spent some time in a refugee camp before he left for the United States of America in 1964 to study at Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, when he was granted a scholarship. Subsequently, he obtained a BA degree in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970 and a master's in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974. I appointed him as SWAPO representative at the United Nations and to the Americas when he was still a student, together with the late comrades Theo Ben Gurirab and Hidipo Hamtenya. Being a representative, he lobbied hard for the UN General Assembly's resolution 2145 of 27th of October 1966 to terminate the mandate of South Africa over Namibia and reaffirm our people's inalienable right to self-determination, freedom, and independence. On my recommendation, the late President Hage Geingob was appointed director at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, UNIN, an educational body set up by the United Nations Council for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia, on 26th of August 1976 to educate Namibians for roles in an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was appointed by the SWAPO Central Committee to lead the SWAPO election campaign as director, and I handed to him the SWAPO flag during the implementation of the UN General Assembly's Resolution 435. In September 1989, after nearly 30 years in exile, when I returned to Namibia, I was received by the late President Hage Geingob in Windhoek. I recall that when I stepped down from the plane, he held high the same SWAPO flag I had handed to him on 18th June 1989 and handed it back to me. After SWAPO's historic landslide victory in the 1989 UN supervised elections, the Constituent Assembly elected Comrade Hage Geingob as its chairman. His task was not only to conduct the proceedings, but also to build confidence between diverse parties and previously warring enemies. He showed us painstakingly that he was a skillful negotiator who was not afraid to seek for compromises for the sake of a bigger goal. Because of this, he was highly praised for his skillful handling of debates, which proved instrumental in ensuring that our country's supreme law was drafted in a record time of only 3 months and unanimously adopted on the 9th of February 1990. I then appointed Comrade Geingob as our country's first Prime Minister to oversee the restructuring of the public service that was fragmented along racial and ethnic lines, and to put up the new governance architecture of an independent Namibia. He executed his role with diligence and with dedication. I was therefore not surprised when he was elected as Vice President of SWAPO Party and eventually the 3rd President of the SWAPO Party and of the Republic of Namibia. At this juncture, allow me to applaud the Namibian people for their calmness during the mourning period and for a seamless and peaceful transition of power. This is an indication that our democracy has matured and our state is stable because we have sound processes, systems, and institutions in place as envisioned by the late President Hage Geingob. In this regard, allow me to wholeheartedly convey good wishes to His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbuba for being sworn in as the 4th President of the Republic of Namibia when he filled the vacant post for the remainder of the term of office of the late President Hage Geingob in accordance with the provisions of the Namibian Constitution. In the same vein, allow me to extend my well wishes to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for her appointment as the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Fellow mourners, in according a hero's funeral to the late President Hage Geingob, we are giving a richly deserved recognition to a national hero and 3rd President of the Republic of Namibia as a recipient of many international awards, including the Jose Marti Order, which will be conferred on him posthumously by our Cuban friends and comrades in arms with whom we shared trenches together with the Angolan FAPLA forces until the final historic battle of Quito Cuanavale. The late President Hage Geingob is also a recipient of Namibia's highest award when he was conferred the most ancient order of the Welwitschia Mirabilis, and thus he deservedly enters the pantheon of Namibia's heroes and heroines. We will miss his towering presence in the corridors of the UN, the AU, and the SADC headquarters and summits, as well as at State House. But let me say to the young people of our country and Africa at large that they too can make his life's work their own. The late President Hage Geingob hails from humble beginnings, and the white minority colonial regime of South Africa thought that he will live a life of servitude because he was a child of farm laborers. However, life had a different destiny for him to endure a life of service, but not to any master other than to the struggling masses of the Namibian people, and he rose through the ranks to the highest office in the land of the brave. Looking at the scope of his accomplishments and the admiration that he so rightly earned, he has shown us that he earned his place in history through struggle and unrelenting spirit, and that is why we learned so much from him, and we can still learn from him. He taught us the importance of reason and arguments and the need to study not only those you agree with, but also those you do not agree with. As he used to say, you do not make peace with your friends, but with your enemies. In addition, he demonstrated that action and ideas are not enough, no matter how right. They must be molded into processes, systems, and institutions. Furthermore, he always demanded the best from everyone around him. In summary, he was very attentive, teachable, and a very consultative person who placed great emphasis on dialogue. Above all, being truthful was very important to him. As we bid the late President Hage Geingob a fond farewell at the end of his earthly journey, and when we have rejoined our daily routines, let us reflect on his distinguished career and what we can learn from him to ensure that the legacy he leaves behind has grown deep roots like the marula tree and good shade for future generations. On behalf of the veterans of our national liberation struggle, the Nyoma family, and indeed on my own behalf, allow me to convey our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies to Madam Monica Geinkos, the former First Lady, the children, the extended Geinkop's family, and the entire nation for this profound loss. As we walk through this dark cloud hovering around our nation, may we all be granted fortitude to overcome this bereavement and be left only with the most cherished memories of our departed, beloved, late President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob. May his legacy illuminate our path as we chart the future destiny of our country to greater economic development and prosperity. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So ends the statement of His Excellency, the Founding Father. I will now proceed to call on the Namibian Defense Force Military Band to give us one item as we prepare for the next item, which is the tributes by the heads of states and government and other foreign dignitaries.
Give me a countdown. Yes, and a very well welcome if you are watching us for the first time. We're coming to you live from the Independence Stadium, where the memorial service of Dr. Hage Geingob is just underway. We've had several speakers, and the last speaker was the founding president of Namibia, President Sam Nujoma. So we're almost halfway through with the program. It got off to a very good start, although there have been some late arrivals. What's next on the program, Denver? What's left?
So right now we'll see a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. That will be followed by heads of state and government and other foreign dignitaries delivering their tributes. Then we'll have another performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. Thereafter, the former First Lady, the widow, Madam Monica Geinkos, will deliver her tribute, followed by the address by the chief mourner, that is the president of the country, President Nangolo Mbumba. And then there will be announcements by the directors of ceremonies, followed by the benediction. And that more or less concludes the program for today's memorial service.
And in fact, thereafter, the body will again lie in state, which means that the public can then pay their respect once the VIPs have viewed the body, paid their respects, and left the stadium. Then the general public can then view the body and pay their respects. We will be with you until this evening when this actually happens, but we'll also be with you tomorrow morning when the actual burial takes place at Heroes Acre.
And that will conclude 3 weeks of mourning. The Namibian nation since Sunday, the 4th of February 2024, when the tragic news reached us, has been in mourning. President Nangolo Mbumba on Monday, the 5th of February, of course, declared the official mourning period to commence.
Thank you very much, NDF. Now, before I start to call on their excellencies, the heads of states and government, and leaders of delegations who would be presenting tributes, I would just like to acknowledge some of the heads of states and governments that have not been included in the list of recognized leaders when we made the announcement earlier, and others arrived after we have commenced already. So I would like to recognize His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and Madam, His Excellency Mr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Haimbe Mulambo, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mandarapu, High Commissioner of India, His Excellency Mr. Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, and Her Excellency Ms. Eunice Ipinge, President of the Pan-African Women Organization. Welcome to you all, Your Excellencies. Now I would like to start with the program of presentation of tributes by the foreign dignitaries, and the first is His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola. I invite you to the podium, Your Excellency.
Sua Excelência Nangolo Mbumba, Presidente da República da Namíbia, Sua Excelência, Presidente Fundador, Presidente Sam Nujoma, Sua Excelência, o segundo Presidente da República, Hifikepunye Lucas Pohamba,
Your Excellency Ngolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency Sam Nujoma, the first President of Namibia, Your Excellency Lucas Hifikepunye Pohamba, the second President of the Republic of Namibia.
Senhora Mônica Gengos, estimados membros da família do Malogrado, Excelências, chefes de Estado e do Governo, distintas entidades, minhas senhoras, meus senhores.
Dear Madame Monica Gengos and the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen.
Cabe-me, na qualidade de Presidente da República de Angola e na de Presidente em exercício da SADC, a dolorosa responsabilidade de render homenagem nesta cerimônia profundamente triste, em que nos despedimos para a eternidade do nosso irmão, amigo, camarada e companheiro de luta, o Presidente Hage G Geingob, figura incontornável do processo de libertação de África, um intrépido defensor da liberdade, da democracia e da dignidade dos povos africanos e do povo namibiano em particular, pelo qual dedicou grande parte da sua vida.
I have the duty as the President of the Republic of Angola and the current chair of SADC to pay tribute at this deeply sad ceremony where we are saying goodbye for eternity to our brother, friend, comrade and fellow fighter, President Hage Geingob, an outstanding figure in the African liberation process, a fearless defender of freedom, democracy, dignity of the African people and the Namibian people in particular, to whom he dedicated a large part of his life.
Nesta cerimônia fúnebre, ficamos sem palavras para expressar a nossa emoção e a nossa dor pela ausência irreparável do Presidente Hage Geingob.
At this memorial ceremony, we are left without words to express our emotion and our pain due to the irreparable absence of President Hage Geingob.
Em nome dos líderes e dos povos da SADC e dos nossos parceiros, gostaria de dizer que o legado deixado pelo nosso camarada, de quem hoje nos despedimos, deve ser preservado e servir como referência para a concretização dos grandes objetivos da SADC e da África, como forma de homenagearmos esta grande figura africana da nossa história contemporânea.
On behalf of the leaders and people of SADC and our partners, I would like to say that the legacy left by our comrade, to whom we are saying goodbye today, must be preserved and should serve as a reference for the achievement of the great objectives of SADC and Africa. Such is the way of paying homage to this great African son of our contemporary history.
Permitam-me destacar o papel ativo e impulsionador que o Presidente Hage Geingob desempenhou enquanto exerceu a função de Presidente em exercício da SADC em 2018, durante a qual liderou a agenda de industrialização regional, promovendo o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas regionais, a capacitação dos jovens e o desenvolvimento sustentável da região, no âmbito do cumprimento dos objetivos que a sua presidência se propôs alcançar.
Allow me to highlight the active and visionary role played by President Hage Geingob while serving as SADC chairperson in 2018, during which he spearheaded the regional industrialization agenda by promoting the development of regional infrastructure, youth empowerment, and sustainable development of the region within the scope of fulfilling the objectives that his chairmanship had set out to achieve.
Destaco ainda o papel que exerceu na defesa da paz, da estabilidade e da segurança da região, premissas fundamentais para o desenvolvimento econômico e social da nossa sub-região.
I also would like to highlight the role he played in advocating for peace, stability, and security in the region, which are fundamental premises for the economic and social development of our sub-region.
Os feitos do presidente Hage G Geingob são de tal dimensão e de tão grande amplitude que não conseguiríamos descrever em breves palavras o modo como se dedicou e se entregou à causa da construção, do progresso e do desenvolvimento da sua nação, da África Austral e do continente africano no geral.
The achievements of President Hage Geingob are such magnitude and scope that we would not be able to describe them in few words. That's the way in which he dedicated himself and gave his life to the cause of building the progress and development of his nation, the Southern African region, and the African continent in general.
A dor e tristeza estão espantadas nos rostos dos cidadãos namibianos pela perda do seu estimado e admirado líder, mas estou convencido que a saberão transformar em energia para se dedicarem com vigor à construção da nação, forte, resiliente e exemplar em termos de estabilidade, segurança e paz que o presidente Hage Geingob tinha no seu projeto de nação.
The pain and sadness are written on the faces of the Namibian citizens due to the loss of their esteemed and admired leader. But I'm convinced that they will know how to transform this sadness into energy to dedicate themselves with bravery to building the strong, resilient, and exemplary nation in terms of stability, security, and peace, which President Hage Geingob had in his project of nation.
Ao longo dos anos da luta comum contra o regime do apartheid da África do Sul, Angola e a Namíbia estabeleceram inquebrantáveis e duradouros laços de amizade, irmandade e de cooperação que muito nos orgulham.
Over the years of the common struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, Angola and Namibia have established unbreakable and long-lasting bonds of friendship, brotherhood and cooperation that make us proud.
A dor do povo namibiano é nossa dor e por esta razão estamos presentes para partilhar esta dor e dizer que em momentos difíceis como este podem contar sempre com a nossa solidariedade.
The pain of the Namibian people is our pain, and for this reason we are present here to share in this pain and say that in difficult times like this, you can always count on our solidarity.
Em nome do governo angolano e no da SADC, permitam-me que apresente a viúva do malogrado, aos filhos, a toda a família enlutada, ao povo e ao governo namibiano, os nossos mais profundos sentimentos de pesar.
On behalf of the Angolan government and the behalf of SADC, allow me to convey to the widow of the deceased president, his children and the entire bereaved family, to the people and the government of Namibia, our deepest condolences.
Que a alma do malogrado presidente Hage Geingob descanse em paz.
May the soul of the late President Hage Geingob rest in peace.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Lorenzo of the Republic of Angola, for your tribute. Now, before I proceed to call the next speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jancito Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Having done so, I would proceed to invite His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, to present his tribute.
His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam former First Lady Monica Gengos, the Geingob children and all bereaved, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, the people of Namibia. On this somber day, as we gather to repose our final respects on one of Africa's heroes, and while the mood in the atmosphere is filled with sadness at the demise of Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, it is our fond memories of this stalwart that enable us to gather the strength to observe this occasion as a celebration of our life well lived. It is sad as we mourn the loss of a beloved husband, father, brother, uncle, friend and colleague, and yet also celebratory as we acknowledge and recognize the magnificence of his example. My wife and I, the Botswana delegation, are here today because my departed elder brother, Dr. Hage Geingob, was a true friend of Botswana. He had a special place in his heart for my people and country. I came to realize this as on several occasions when we met and conversed, he reminisced about his days as a refugee in Botswana. I always admired his humble demeanor, his straight talk, and his genuine appreciation of the contribution Botswana made to the liberation of his country. The people of Namibia that gallantly fought against brutal colonization and also apartheid's occupation and racial oppression. While some are not as informed about the sacrifices Botswana made to the liberation struggle in our sub-region, in Dr. Geingob, I found a man who understood and sympathized with our unenviable position, which is right in the belly of the beast. When talking about his stay in Botswana, he would say to me, I open quote, in my wildest dreams, I could not imagine that one day a refugee in a small white house in Francistown would become president of his country, close quote. He would then unleash his trademark, handsome and infectious smile and chortle. I surmise that this disposition on how an individual's life chances may unfold in the course of time is not alien to us, as each one of us has some narrative to tell regarding the hand of fate in our earthly and mortal existence. Since his untimely demise, the world has been awash with messages that epitomize this remarkable man as a distinguished servant of the people, a liberation struggle icon, the pillar and gatekeeper of the Namibian house. Dr. Geingob and I shared a common vision and an unwavering determination to achieve higher levels of development for our peoples. His remarkable statesmanship endeared him to many globally. He was a true Pan-Africanist and genuine believer in multilateralism. I recall with fond memory our numerous meetings and robust exchanges on the challenges facing our people and our resolve to act in unity and solidarity to address the common challenges and achieve the goal of shared prosperity for our peoples. Our leaders' bilateral meeting, which was meant to have been held in January in Gaborone this year remains postponed, as in his words, and I open quote, "because I'm an unwell young man, but we will meet later after my recovery," close quote. President Geingob will be remembered for the 2023 bilateral agreement to allow citizens of Botswana and Namibia to use their national identity cards to cross the border between our two countries. I deeply valued President Geingob's support as a senior statesman, a confidant, and trustworthy partner in building the extraordinary partnership our two countries and people enjoy today. We are all the better for having been touched by President Geingob's influence and huge sacrifices. My confidence is firm that our two countries and people will leverage on the solid foundation built by Dr. Geingob for us to broaden and deepen our relations and strong bonds of friendship that subsist between our countries and people. I thank Monica Geingob and family for sharing and supporting him to the very end. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Masisi, for that tribute. I would now like to invite His Excellency General Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Your Excellency.
In the name of God, Your Excellency Nangolo Mpumba, President of Namibia, Your Excellency Monica Geingob, former First Lady of Namibia, dear sister, Your Excellency, Head of State and Government, and the Head of Delegation present here, Your Excellency, former President of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, our protocol observed, dear sister and brothers, Namibians. I am here with my wife on behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Burundi to express our deep sorrow and heartfelt sympathy to the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia and the family of His Excellency Hage G Geingob, particularly to Her Excellency Monica Geingob's former First Lady. A baobab has fallen. I stand here to pay tribute to this great statement, a liberation struggle icon, a freedom fighter, a comrade of all African freedom fighters and a true Pan-Africanist. We Burundians will always remember His Excellency Hage Geingob as one of the Africa's greatest statesmen who has earned his place in history as a champion of democracy, freedom, equality, human rights, and reconciliation, not only in Namibia, but also with the African continent and beyond. We draw inspiration from Mr. Hage Geingob's lifelong and selfless dedication and effort to promote a culture of peace, harmony, and reconciliation among people as a legacy of inspiration of Burundi. That is why Your Excellency, President of Namibia, dear brothers and sisters from Namibia, you can be assured that Burundians' thoughts and prayers are with you in your grief. May the soul of our dear comrade Hage Geingob rest in eternal peace. Thank you. May God bless the people of Namibia.
I now would like to invite His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gengos, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Messieurs les anciens chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers peuples namibiens.
Your Excellency, Head of State and of Government, distinguished invitees, the people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen.
C'est avec une grande tristesse et un profond émoi que j'apprenais le 4 février dernier le décès de mon regretté homologue et cher frère, son Excellence Dr Hage Gottfried Geingob, à l'âge de 82 ans.
It was with big sadness and big emotions that I learned on the 4th of February 2024 the passing of my regretted brother, President Hage G Geingob, who we are crying today.
Défenseur invétéré de la République de Namibie et de son peuple, l'Afrique et le monde pleurent ce jour un grand combattant de la liberté qui a eu à servir et à honorer avec bravoure et dignité sa patrie. Défenseur invétéré.
Invertebrated defender of the Republic of Namibia and of its people, Africa and the world cry today a great combatant of freedom who has served and honored with bravery and dignity his patrie.
En effet, le président Hage Geingob fait partie de ces grands hommes qui, très jeunes et au prix de nombreux sacrifices, dont un exil de près de 30 années loin de sa mère patrie, ont fait de la justice et du bien-être du plus grand nombre un objectif.
Indeed, President Hage Geingob belongs to great men since his young age and in the price of a lot of sacrifices, including the exile for about 30 years far from his motherland, who actually fought for justice and the well-being of the great number, and that was his leitmotiv.
Tout premier ministre de la République de Namibie à l'indépendance, puis président de la République à partir de 2015, le docteur Geingob aura marqué d'une empreinte indélébile la destinée de tout un peuple et inspiré bien des leaders par sa vision d'une Namibie harmonieuse et prospère, mais aussi par son combat pour une Afrique intégrée, développée et mieux représentée, notamment dans le concert des nations.
He was the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia at its independence, then President of the Republic from 2015. Dr. Geingob marks the destiny of the whole people and inspired many leaders by his vision of an harmonious Namibia and prosperous one, but also for his fight for an integrated Africa, developed one, and moreover represented in the nations, among the nations.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, cher peuple namibien, aux larmes versées depuis le 4 février 2024 et à l'annonce de la disparition du défunt, j'aimerais que se substitue ce jour le souvenir du sourire enjoué de celui que nous portons aujourd'hui en sa dernière demeure, et que soit célébrée la vie, la vision ainsi que les valeurs qu'ont pu transcender le président Hage Geingob tout au long de son existence et qui se caractériseront pour l'éternité.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia and the dear people of Namibia, toward or up to the tears that we have shared since the 4th of February 2024, and after the announcement of the passing of the President Geingob, I would like you to substitute the remembrance of all the smiles that you got from him, that brought us today and help him to go toward his last house. And then we would like to celebrate his life, his vision, as well as the values that went beyond his life during his existence that will be characterized by eternity.
En effet, nous garderons le souvenir impérissable de ce vaillant homme d'État, héros de l'indépendance namibienne et de la lutte contre l'apartheid, Dr Hage Gottfried Geingob, grand leader panafricain.
Indeed, we will always remember this imperishable great man, that hero of the independence of Namibia, and then the one who fought for apartheid, Dr. Hage G Geingob, great Pan-Africanist leader.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Madame Monica Gingos, chère famille, cher peuple namibien, veuillez ici recevoir au nom du peuple congolais et au mien propre mes condoléances les plus attristées ainsi que l'expression de ma profonde sympathie.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished Madam Monica Gingos, dear family, dear people of Namibia, may you receive today in the name of the Congolese people and in my own name all the sad condolences as well as the expression of my profound sympathy.
À la famille éplorée et particulièrement à vous, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gingos, puisse le souvenir du combat mené par votre très cher époux pour l'avènement d'une Namibie égalitaire et la dévotion ainsi que l'amour inconditionnel qu'il vous a porté à vous, à vos enfants et à la patrie constituer le terreau de votre consolation.
To the bereaved family, and particularly to you, distinguished First Lady, Madame Monica Gingos, may the remembrance of his struggle goes or done by your dear spouse for the upcoming of the equal Namibia, as well as the devotion and the love, unconditional love that he has given you and to your children, may this constitute a way of consolation for you.
Enfin, je ne saurais clore mon propos sans vous souhaiter, Excellence Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, cher frère et président de la République, tous mes vœux de succès et de réussite dans l'exercice de vos nouvelles fonctions, ainsi que vous rassurer du soutien de mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, dans cette terrible épreuve.
At the end, I cannot close my speech without wishing you, Your Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, dear brother and President of the Republic, all my wishes for success in the exercise of your new duties. I would like to reassure you of the support of my country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, during this sad event.
Puisse Dieu bénir la République de Namibie et son peuple. Puisses-tu, cher frère, Dr. Hage G Geingob, reposer en paix. Je vous remercie.
May God bless the Republic of Namibia and its people. May you, dear brother, Dr. Hage Geingob, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Tshisekedi Chilobo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for that tribute. I now invite Her Excellency Madame Sahle-Work Zewde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Excellency Nangolo Mbumba and Madam, former First Lady and my dear sister, Monica Gengos, the family of the late President, Excellencies, the first and second President of Namibia, Excellencies, heads of state and government, fellow Namibians. On behalf of the government and the people of Ethiopia, and indeed on my own, I would like to extend our sincere, heartfelt condolences to the family of President Geingob, to the government and people of this brotherly country. We stand with you in sorrow. Moments such as this takes us back the memory lane. Late President Geingob fought for the independence of his country, the rights and well-being of his people, putting in many occasions his own life in danger. He amplified the voices of liberty of Namibians. He fought the fight worth fighting. Indeed, he fought the good fight. This is what makes a person with vision and leadership skills a giant, a hero. Last year in February, we inaugurated together the new embassy in of Namibia in Addis Ababa. This is essentially what he said. I am going to borrow his own speech. Ethiopia and Namibia's relations date back to the 1960s, long before Namibia's independence, when Ethiopia and Liberia, the only African countries member of the League of Nations, took the case of independence for the then Southwest Africa to the International Court of Justice, challenging the continuous presence of South Africa in Namibia. Disappointedly, the court ruled in favor of the apartheid South Africa. President Geingob just said, "We sought justice, but were served injustice." But Ethiopia didn't relent. The successive governments of my country continued to provide diplomatic and political support to SWAPO while giving military training to its combatants as well as pilot trainings. In fact, it was on board Ethiopian Airlines flights with an Ethiopian pilot and Namibian pilots trained in Ethiopia that the first president of this country, His Excellency Sam Yoma, returned to his country. Late President Geingob told us the role he played in this as well. Because no country will be independent enough if Africa is not totally free from colonialism. That was the clear position of the leader. I have been knowing President Geingob for a long time. He had this remarkable ability to easily connect with everyone he met. His legacy will live for generations to come. This is a life to celebrate, as we should celebrate those who fought for the total independence and liberation of our continent, especially those who are still alive. It is for us to play a positive role in the life of our countries and our continent. The bond that was established before independence between our two countries will continue to shape our current relations. That's what he told us last year. We are committed to take it to a higher level. We will miss President Geingob in Addis Ababa, which we used to see him every year. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Zewde of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland.
Excellency President Mumba, Your Excellency Founding President Dr. Nuyoma, Your Excellency Second President Dr. Bohamba, Madam Monica Geingob, representatives of the Namibian government and people, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have gathered here to honor the legacy of President Hage G Geingob, a great Namibian, a great African, a remarkable statesman, and a citizen of the world. President Geingob left a strong legacy. We came to know him as a determined statesman who dedicated his entire life to freedom and nation building in Namibia. He also left a legacy of close friendship with Finland. This friendship is built on a solid foundation of over 150 years of shared history, but it also rests on strong bonds between individuals. A notable example is the bond between President Geingob and the late Finnish President and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Martti Ahtisaari. Both were instrumental in the Namibian independence process. Both loved this country very deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, I had the privilege of getting to know Hage Geingob personally. At his invitation, I made a state visit to Namibia in April. That visit left a deep impression on me. The heartfelt hospitality and friendliness of the Namibian people and the inspiring exchanges I had with Hage. We shared thoughts and ideas on peace, equality, and the importance of multilateralism. Physically, of course, our countries are thousands of miles apart. Still, maybe due to history, maybe something else, we connected. We consider it as a good example for others. The last beautiful manifestation of the friendship between our nations at the highest level was President Geingob's and Madame Geingob's attendance at the funeral of Martti Ahtisaari in November. Symbolically, at the service, Bible passages were read in the Ndonga language. A friend wanted to pay tribute to his friend for the last time. I have today the same honor. As my term as President of Finland soon comes to a close, I promise to leave this legacy of friendship between Finland and Namibia to my successor. With these remarks, let me once again express my deepest sympathy with Mrs. Monica Geingob, the Geingob family, his community, and the government and nation of Namibia. Rest in peace, our friend, President Hage Geingob.
Thank you very much. President Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Frank Walter Steinmeier, President of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, Excellencies and colleagues, Namibians. Today we are assembled to bid farewell. Farewell to a great statesman who shaped the Republic of Namibia like no other. The presence of so many of us here today is a tribute to his unmatched achievements and his lasting legacy. In all of Africa and around the world, Hage G Geingob will be remembered for his fight to free this nation from the yoke of apartheid. Here in Namibia, he will be remembered for his instrumental role in crafting Namibia's constitution and steering its country towards democracy, stability, and prosperity. In Germany, however, in the hearts and minds of my compatriots, President Geingob will always be remembered for his courage to reach out to the German people over the dark abyss of our history. The atrocities committed by German troops during colonial rule that resulted in the genocide against the Ovaherero and Nama communities 120 years ago. The path of reconciliation that we embarked upon almost 10 years ago has not been an easy one, but together we have gone very far and we want to go further. When I talked to President Geingob for the last time, late last year, he told me that it was his wish to successfully conclude our joint declaration in order to bring the special relationship between our two countries to a new level. I'm here today to say my country remains committed to his legacy. We are committed to the path of reconciliation. And you know, reconciliation is not about closing the past. It is about taking responsibility for our past, and it is a commitment to a better future together. I hope I will be able to return to this country very soon and under different circumstances because I'm convinced that it is high time to tender an apology to the Namibian people. Ladies and gentlemen, my only regret is that our friend, the great President Geingob, will not be there to bring the process he started to an end. And again, I bow my head to Hage Geingob, a brilliant leader of the land of the brave. We share the grief of the Namibian nation and his family. My colleague, partner, and friend, rest in peace. Thank you.
For that tribute. Now, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the First Lady of Malawi, Madam Monica Chakwera. You are welcome, Madam. And now I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, to present his tribute.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, Your Excellency, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, and the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, all Namibians everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. From all over the world, we have come to one of Africa's greatest nations to escort one of Africa's greatest sons on his greatest journey home. From all over the world, we have been summoned here by the sound of 2.5 million Namibian hearts breaking from the passing of a national father. We have been summoned here by the sobering sight of the glass chamber of a Namibian gun carriage taking the remains of a great Namibian soldier from State House to Hendrik Witbooi, from Moses Gareb to Katutura, from Casa Rosaria to Parliament Gardens, from Independence Avenue to Independence Stadium, before this hero comes to rest where heroes belong. From all over the world, we have felt the river flowing, a river of Namibian tears. The tears of Zambezi and Kalahari, tears of Kavango and Kunene, tears of Erongo and Komas, the tears of Omusati and Oshkoto, the tears of Mahehe and Okakwena, the tears of Hadap and also Jupa, the tears of Oshana and Karas. Late President Geingob was no ordinary man. And because he went all over the world sowing the seeds of freedom, peace and prosperity for Namibia and Africa, we have come from all over the world to mourn the passing of this great man, whose gravitas in life can only be matched by our grief in his death. In the 3.5 years that I got to know him and work with him, I found in him an elder brother, a wise counselor, a brave warrior, a true statesman, and a dear friend. So as Malawi mourns with you, President Angola Mbumba, as Malawi mourns with you, Madam Monica Gengos, and family. As Malawi mourns with you, government of Namibia, as Malawi mourns with you, people of Namibia, may God himself comfort you and wipe your tears. And just as the golden sun rises on the Namibian flag, and the red sun rises on the Malawian flag, may God himself be the sun that rises upon you to birth a new dawn of unity from this dark night of pain. Malawi mourns with you, Namibia, and you can rest assured that anytime anyone says that late President Geingob was a great freedom fighter, a great statesman, a great thinker, a great president, and a great Pan-Africanist, Malawi will be the first to say amen and amen. May his soul rest in peace.
Your Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, for that tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Sua Excelência Nangolo Mbumba, Presidente da República de Namíbia, esposa.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and spouse.
Vamos falar muito. Querida irmã, antiga primeira-dama Monica Geingob, senhores Excelências, chefes de Estados e Governos, respeitados antigos presidentes da República de Namíbia, irmãs e irmãos namibianos, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
My dear sister Monica Gengos, dear former presidents of the Republic of Namibia, respected heads of state and government, and former heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, people of Namibia.
Os 30 milhões de moçambicanos estão acometidos por um sentimento de profunda dor e consternação pela súbita partida à eternidade de Sua Excelência Hage G Geingob, terceiro presidente de Namíbia, nosso irmão e nosso amigo.
The 30 millions of Mozambicans today are overwhelmed by deep sorrow for the untimely demise to eternity of His Excellency Hage G Geingob, the third president of Namibia.
De Moçambique, trazemos os votos de simpatia, amizade e solidariedade do nosso povo e governo para o povo, irmão e governo da Namíbia, por esta perda irreparável.
From Mozambique, we have come to convey wishes of friendship, solidarity, and sympathy from our people and government to the people and government of Namibia for this great loss.
Viemos prestar uma merecida homenagem ao legado do então jovem professor de Udiwarongo, que nos princípios da década 60 liderava protestos contra o sistema discriminatório de educação bantu.
We've come to pay the deserved homage to the legacy of the then young teacher of Udiwarongo, who in the early 60s led protests against the discriminatory Bantu education system.
Os moçambicanos são eternamente gratos ao presidente Geingob, continuador do presidente Samuel Joma e do presidente Ipuamba, líder bastante solidário e preocupado com a situação de segurança, estabilidade e prosperidade dos países da região, em particular do nosso país.
The Mozambicans will remain forever grateful to President Geingob, the successor of President Hifikepunye Pohamba, and President Sam Nujoma, a leader of high values of solidarity and always concerned with the security, stability and prosperity of the countries of the region and of our country in particular.
Enquanto presidente da SADC e da Troika do órgão, o presidente Geingob incentivou o processo de diálogo para a paz em Moçambique, que culminou com a assinatura em Maputo do Acordo de Paz e Reconciliação Nacional em 6 de agosto de 2019, numa cerimônia em que ele fez questão de presenciar pessoalmente.
As SADC chairperson and Organ Troika chairperson, President Geingob encouraged the process of dialogue for peace in Mozambique that culminated with the signing of the Peace and Reconciliation Agreement in Maputo on 6 August 2019 at a ceremony where he felt it was his duty to attend personally.
Eu posso contar um episódio. O presidente Geingob era um homem alegre e de humor positivo. Quando assinei o acordo de paz com o líder da oposição, o Geingob veio junto de nós, os dois assinantes, e disse: se vocês desfizerem este acordo e voltarem entre irmãos a lutar, chame a nós todos de novo e depois digam isso em nossa frente.
I would like to recall an episode. President Geingob was a man of good humor, a very positive humor. And as we were signing the peace agreement with the leader of the opposition, he said to us, well, you are now signing this agreement, but if you ever go back to fighting, please call us so that we bear testimony of what you are doing again.
O seu papel ao nível da SADC foi decisivo no envio da missão da SADC em Moçambique, Samim, para apoiar as nossas forças de defesa e segurança empenhadas no combate ao terrorismo na província nortenha de Cabo Delgado.
His role at the SADC level was decisive for the deployment of the SADC mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, to support our defense and security forces engaged in the fight on terrorism in the northern province of Cabo Delgado.
Caro irmão e amigo Hage, não te diremos adeus, porque tu és herói da dimensão do povo.
Dear brother and my friend Hage G Geingob, we do not accept to bid farewell to you because you are the hero of the people.
Os heróis não morrem. Entregaremos o teu corpo à terra, mas os teus ideais, a tua visão e a tua determinação continuarão a servir de fonte de inspiração na construção de um mundo de paz, justiça e próspero, pelo qual dedicaste toda a tua vida.
Heroes never die. We will surrender your body to the soil, but your ideals, your determination and vision will remain the source of inspiration to building a world of justice, peace and prosperity, for which you devoted your entire life.
Aqui e agora, curvados diante do teu corpo, cumprimos o dever de te prestar um tributo de reconhecimento e a homenagem que tanto mereces.
Here and now, we bow our heads before your body to fulfill the duty of paying tribute of recognition to you as so much deserved homage.
Ao nosso irmão, Sua Excelência Ngolo Mbumba, a quem incumbe dar continuidade à obra do presidente Geingob, reafirmamos a nossa elevada consideração, estima pessoal e apoio pleno na nobre missão de liderar a República de Namíbia, guiado pelos princípios e valores funcionais desta nação, sob o vosso lema da unidade, liberdade e justiça.
To our brother, His Excellency Ngolo Mbumba, on whose shoulders the continuity of the work of President Geingob rests, we reaffirm our highest consideration, personal esteem, and full support in the noble duty of leading the Republic of Namibia, guided by the same founding principles and values of this nation under your motto of unity, freedom, and justice.
A família enlutada, a senhora Mônica Geingob, minha irmã e amiga da nossa família, aos filhos e demais familiares, ao povo da Namíbia em geral, em nome dos moçambicanos, do meu governo, da minha esposa e no meu próprio, reiteramos os sentimentos de pesar por esta perda, bem como votos de consolo dos moçambicanos e certamente de todos os povos irmãos da África Austral e do continente.
To the bereaved family, to Madam Monica Gengos, my sister and friend of our family, to the children and other family members, and to the people of Namibia at large, on behalf of the Mozambicans, my government and my spouse, and indeed on my own behalf, we extend our heartfelt condolences for this loss, as well as wishes of solace.
Que a alma do presidente Hage Geingob descanse em paz.
May the soul of President Hage Geingob rest in eternal peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Nyusi of the Republic of Mozambique, for the tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, my brother, the President of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam Monica Geingob, and your family and children, Your Excellency, Madam Vice President of Namibia, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and the head of delegations. I bring you solemn greetings from the people of Kenya and profound condolences on the demise of our brother, the President of Namibia, President Hage G Geingob. I learned of his demise with shock. And the first thing I did was to pick my phone and call the Vice President, who we were colleagues before. And I passed my condolences and those of the people of Kenya to him. Today, I join you on behalf of the people of Kenya and government of Kenya on this solemn send-off of our brother, the President of Namibia. President Geingob was a great freedom fighter. He was an accomplished scholar and the architect of the Namibian Constitution that has given this country great stability. President Geingob was a passionate leader and the third president of Namibia, and he stood tall as a Pan-Africanist who believed in the unity of our continent. We know that President Geingob believed that independence is a project and work in progress. We must work hard on this independent and freedom project, especially now, so that we can liberate, not just for independence sake, but we can liberate our economies saddled with debt, liberate our young people trapped in unemployment. These are principles President Geingob worked so hard to achieve. Inspired by his spirit of Pan-Africanism, those of us in SADC, in EAC, in COMESA, and all of us as members of the Africa Union, we must work together to make sure that we execute the reform of the international financial architecture so that we can liberate our economies from debt, so that we can demand that as nations, we are not profiled negatively, we are not profiled unfairly, that together again, we must demand responsible sovereign lending that ensures that our countries have resources, concessional resources, that can help us position our continent as the epicenter of the next industrial revolution. Together, as a continent, believing in what President Geingob believed in, we must stand together with one voice to reform our Africa Union, to make it fit for purpose, so that we can march into the future as the epicenter of green manufacturing, position ourselves with our resources, enormous resources, the enormous energy resources, agricultural potential, mineral, and natural resources that we have. We cannot certainly be a continent defined by poverty. We must be a continent defined by opportunity, by potential, and by investment. That is what President Geingob believed in. I will miss my brother Geingob next month in April, when we convene, and I have invited my brothers from this continent for us to have a candid conversation with our development brothers and sisters, with the donor community, under the IDA 21 replenishment framework with the World Bank, so that we can have a proper positioning of our continent and claim our place as a continent of potential, opportunity, and investment. My brother Nangolo Mbumba, you're fitting into the big shoes of our departed brother. We believe that you have what it takes, and you can count on the support of Kenya as you take the reins of leadership in your great country. Mama Monica, you are a great pillar of our brother. You have our prayers, you and your children, as you face the future. And we stand in solidarity with you and your family, and to all the people of Namibia. May Geingob's soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Excellency President Ruto, for that tribute. I would like to recognize the presence of Nuncio Dario Pavisa, representative of the Holy See. I would then proceed to call on Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to present her tribute. Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, widow of the late President Hage Geingob, Excellencies, heads of state and government here present, fellow mourners, allow me to convey our deepest condolences and sympathies to you, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the brotherly people of the Republic of Namibia, following the passing of our dear brother and friend, President Hage Geingob. Our deepest condolences to Madam Monica Geingob, the entire Geingob family, for losing a part of their own, a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a brother. Fellow mourners, I'm here to bid farewell to a man I consider an elder brother and a mentor. I recall his generosity during my last visit to Namibia, when he personally, accompanied by his wife, my sister Monica, welcomed me at the airport and found time for a candid conversation concerning the political development and security situation of our region, SADC. His bass voice and relished laughter still resonate in my ears. It feels like, just like yesterday, when we used to sit together at the AU and chat away on several SADC stands. His wise counsel, resolute determination, and devotion will surely be missed, but his memories will live on. We vividly recall how, as SWAPO's representative to the UN, he worked with the then Tanzanian permanent representative, Honorable John Malechela, and other African diplomats to make the case for Namibian independence at the United Nations. His Pan-Africanist nature formed the cornerstone of his presidency, and through his support, we opened a High Commission in Windhoek, which has further solidified our relations. Today, we are here not to mourn this gallant son of Africa, but to celebrate a life well lived, which gave cause to the prosperous Namibia, and we are witnessing today and renewed hope to Africa. Dear Namibian sisters and brothers, the immense loss is our loss. We share your grief and sorrow. To Madam Monica Geingob and the bereaved family, we pray that Almighty God grant you solace, courage, and fortitude. I also wish to leave you with the words of Isaiah 14:10, which reminds us of God's promise to strengthen. May the soul of our beloved brother, Hage Geingob, rest in eternal peace. Amen. To my brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, Tanzania assures you of our continued support and cooperation, and we strongly believe that under your able stewardship, Namibia is in safe hands. I thank you. Thank you very much. Excellency Dr. Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, and Madam, Your Excellency, Mrs. Geingob, and the bereaved family of our dear brother Geingob, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, honorable ministers who may be here, distinguished guests, my dear fellow mourners, comrades, and friends. It is with a heavy heart that I join you, Your Excellency, dear brother, President Mbumba, the government and the people of Namibia, and members of SWAPO party, along with distinguished guests, as we mourn the passing on of a gallant son of Africa, a revolutionary, a comrade and a guerrilla, His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob. This is indeed a great loss that has befallen the Republic of Namibia, befallen to SADC region, and befallen to the African continent in general. On behalf of my partisan PF, the government and the people of Zimbabwe, my family, and on my own behalf, I extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Geingob, the Geingob family, the SWAPO party, the government, and indeed the people of Namibia. The late dear brother Dr. Geingob was a loyal, dependent friend and an ally to Zimbabwe, a revolutionary by excellence. At various international fora, such as the United Nations, my late brother, Dr. Geingob, consistently and fiercely called for the unconditional removal of the unilateral illegal sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe by some Western countries. In Zimbabwe, we shall also fondly remember the late dear brother, President Geingob, for having worked tirelessly to consolidate the long-standing and excellent relations that exist between our two countries. I recall that during my state visit to this great country in 2019, my dear brother, late President Geingob, and I resolved to upgrade our relations to the level of a binational commission to further deepen and comprehensive multi-pronged scope of cooperation. The late President Geingob was a liberation hero and a visionary statesman who wholeheartedly served his people with utmost distinction. He was a pragmatic leader who believed in and worked for the economic empowerment of the people of Namibia and those of our region in SADC as a whole. He championed the values of Pan-Africanism and the emancipation for the peoples of Africa in general. He was a staunch defender of African independence, African freedom, African democracy, and non-interference in our internal affairs as sovereign states. He bequeathed to us and posterity an indelible legacy which we must preserve and hand down to successful young generations, particularly his unwavering commitment to justice, African dignity, solidarity, and equality. I would like to mention that I feel very, very humbled to see the founding father of the nation of Namibia and the second president, both President Nyoma and Pohamba. These are revolutionaries, per excellency, who spent their lives in the armed struggle for us to have independence. Congratulations, I've seen them. We in this region, SADC, we understand the importance of food security and sovereignty and robust educational systems as critical anchors to the dignity of our people and the sustainable development of our African continent. The burden of developing our countries is upon us. No one will develop our respective countries, it's ourselves. So we must cooperate in the task and burden to develop our countries. And my late brother, President Geingob, was an ardent teacher and a philosopher that African countries must have the dignity to develop their countries themselves because it is ours. No one from elsewhere would come and develop our respective countries. We must rule our countries ourselves with our domestic wisdom. I join Namibia in saying goodbye to an icon, a revolutionary, a gorilla, Dr. Geingob, a great son of Africa and a son of the soil, whose impact transcended geographical boundaries and borders. In his memory and honor of his legacy, let us use this solemn occasion to recommit ourselves to continue building and modernizing our respective nations for a higher quality of life for our peoples of our region and Africa in general. May his dear soul rest in eternal peace. To you, my dear brother, President Mumba, I wish you and the people of Namibia successful elections later this year. You yourself, I'm happy that you are also a guerrilla. You are revolutionary and shall enjoy the support of ZANU-PF and the government of Zimbabwe. We are confident that your country will continue to entrench the democratic legacy of the late Dr. Hage Geingob and other founding fathers who are here to guide you as you go into the future of this great nation, the land of the brave. Namibia is assured of Zimbabwe's unwavering support and solidarity in the march to develop and modernize and industrialize our motherland. God bless you all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, for that tribute. I now invite the Right Honorable Sam Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho.
President Nangolo Mbumba and the Chief Mourner, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, and members of the family of former President Dr. Hage Geingob. Distinguished guests, we are in Namibia today in these great numbers because a hero has fallen, a true son of the African soil, a freedom fighter and indeed a distinguished leader in our region is no more. Words cannot describe the depth of our grief and the pain that this untimely death has occasioned. We in Lesotho held President Geingob in the highest esteem. When I assumed office as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, President Geingob was the first head of state that I paid a courtesy call on. I shall forever cherish his warm welcome, good sense of humor, guidance at all times, and words of wisdom that you would always share with me. Though on the one hand, we mourn his loss, on the other hand, we should also thank God for having given us a leader of this caliber during these difficult times. He dedicated his life to the Namibian nation, SADC, the entire African continent, as well as the world at large. The legacy that he leaves behind of selfless love for humanity, sacrifice for his people, high moral standards, and dedication to peace and security should continue to inspire us to work for a better life for all. On behalf of His Majesty King Letsie III, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I wish to convey to you, Madam Monica and the Geingob family, Your Excellency President Mbumba, the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, our sincere and heartfelt condolences. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency Theodora Ngwema Obein Manwe, Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
Excellencies, distinguished Namibian people, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and its President, His Excellency Obiang Mbasogo, Head of State and Government, the delegation of Republic of Equatorial Guinea join me in expressing our deep pain and dismay at the sad event of the death of His Excellency Hage G Geingob, President of Republic of Namibia. Therefore, we convey our deepest condolences to the government and people of Republic of Namibia. We want to reiterate the expression of our deepest condolences for such an inestimable loss in this moment of deep pain of his entire family, to whom we convey our feeling of support and solidarity. His Excellency Hage Geingob was a prominent Pan-Africanist and faithful defender of the value of unity and solidarity of the African Union. And as the son of Africa, enhanced in his struggle against colonialism and apartheid. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, we are making progress. However, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to appeal to my fellow mourners on the other side to please bear with us. We will be done very soon, but please pay attention to the messages we are receiving. We must extend the courtesy our international guests deserve. So please, my countrymen and women, listen to what we are saying and just lower your voices, please. I would like to invite His Excellency Christian Ndese, Prime Minister of the Republic of Madagascar. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellencies, aides of state and government, dear people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, We gather here today to honor the memory of His Excellency, the late President Hage G Geingob, a towering figure in the fight for liberation in our region. President Geingob was not just a leader, he was an hero. President Geingob's legacy of patriotism and Pan-Africanism serves as a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who strive for justice and freedom. He will forever inspire generations to come. His unwavering dedication to the Namibian people leaves an indelible mark on our hearts. On behalf of His Excellency André Joël, President of the Republic of Madagascar, our government, and the Malagasy people, I extend our heartfelt condolences to President Geingob's family and the people of Namibia. In this moment of mourning, our thoughts and prayers are with you. May the enduring spirit of President Geingob continue to guide and uplift Namibia as it moves forward. Madagascar holds a deep respect for its relationship with Namibia. The story of Madagascar-Namibia relations is rooted in our common struggle against apartheid in Southwest Africa. Madagascar provided refuge to SWAPO activists and hosted an ANC bureau, demonstrating unwavering support for the liberation movement. Our nations share a bond forged in the fight for freedom and justice. Our shared history, our solidarity within regional and continental frameworks underscored our commitment to mutual progress and prosperity. In closing, let us honor President Hage Geingob's memory by recommitting ourselves to the ideals of unity, peace, and development. May his strong legacy serve as a guiding light for the future generation. My soul, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. Right Honorable.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, family members of our departed friend, former President Dr. Hage Geingob, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, dear people of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished guests. Today, we come together to honor a true champion of Africa's liberation struggle and celebrate the remarkable life of a statesman who served his great nation of Namibia. Allow me, on behalf of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the people and the government of the Republic of Rwanda, to extend our sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the family and the people and the government of Namibia. As we mourn this great loss, we reflect on the remarkable tenure of Dr. Hage Geingob as the President of Namibia, as well as the indelible mark he has left on our continent. His quest for freedom and justice inspired generations across Africa and beyond. His legacy will forever be etched in the hearts of those who strive for self-determination and dignity. Rwanda will always remember his contributions to the excellent and brotherly relationship between our two countries. I wish to take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to continue strengthen this strong foundation of friendship and cooperation. As we pay our last respect to a beloved leader, I assure you that Rwanda stands in solidarity with the family of the President Geingob and with the government and the people of Namibia. May the legacy of the President Geingob live on for generations to come, and may so rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Brahim Bogali, President of the People's National Assembly of the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة سيد رئيس الجمهورية، فخامة نائبة رئيس الجمهورية، عائلة الفقيد، فقيد إفريقيا، قاطبة فخامة السادة الرؤساء السابقون لجمهورية ناميبيا، فخامة السادة رؤساء الدول الحكومات وممثلي الدول الأجنبية الحاضرين معنا اليوم، الجمع الكريم مع مراعاة كل المقامات.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ngolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Madam Netembo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, former Presidents of Namibia, bereaved family of Son of Africa, Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, honorable audience, all protocols observed.
وجودي معكم اليوم ممثلا للسيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون يعد فرصة لأعبر لكم شخصيا عن بالغ الحزن وعميق التأثر الذي ألم بنا في الجزائر حكومة وشعبا لفقدان الأخ العزيز الرئيس الراحل هيج جيغنوب رئيس جمهورية ناميبيا الشقيقة، وليقدم لكم سيادة الرئيس ومن خلالكم إلى الحكومة والشعب الناميبيين خالص التعازي وعميق المواساة على إثر هذا المصاب الجلل، معبرا لكم عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذه المحنة الأليمة التي نحن متيقنون تمام اليقين بأن شعب ناميبيا الشقيق سيتجاوزها بسلام ليواصل تحقيق مزيد من التقدم والرفاه.
I'm here today representing His Excellency Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the Republic. On behalf of the Algerian government and people, I extend to you, Mr. President, and to the people of Namibia my sincere condolences and heartfelt sympathy for the passing of our dear brother, late President Dr. Hage G Geingob. Algeria stands with you in sorrow. We are confident that our Namibian brothers will overcome these difficult times to continue their path towards prosperity.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية نقول مبوما الحضور الكريم، إن رحيل هذا الرمز الوطني والإفريقي وهذا المناضل الفذ الذي أفنى حياته في خدمة وطنه ناميبيا خلال كفاحها الثوري التحرري وكذا خلال مرحلة بنائها وتشييدها الوطنيين، المتميز أيضاً بوقوفه الدائم إلى جانب الشعوب المستضعفة في دعم حقها في الحرية والكرامة، المؤمن بإفريقيا قوية ومتضامنة والداعم لحقها المشروع في التقدم والرفاه، لا يعد خسارة كبيرة ليس لناميبيا فحسب بل لإفريقيا قاطبة وفاجعة مؤلمة، نسأل الله أن يعيننا جميعا على تجاوزها.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the passing of this great man, this fighter, is a tremendous loss for not only Namibia, but for all Africans, because he was a national and African iconic figure. He dedicated his life to serve Namibia during the independence struggle and for building Namibia after liberation. He stood for the rights of all oppressed people. He was a powerful voice for unity, dignity, prosperity in Africa.
السيد الرئيس الجمع الكريم، نودع اليوم معكم بألم وحسرة كبيرين أحد الرجالات الذين ساهموا بإخلاص في تعزيز وتوطيد العلاقات التاريخية المتميزة بين بلدينا الشقيقين والتي تمتد جذورها إلى مرحلة الكفاح التحرري للشعب الناميبي الشقيق، حيث كان لبلاد الشرف في دعم الكفاح الباسل بكل الوسائل السياسية والعسكرية والمادية الممكنة تلك اللحمة وذلك التقارب، لم يكن له إلا ليتوطأ أكثر فأكثر بعد نيل ناميبيا لاستقلالها من خلال تعزيز العلاقات الثنائية وتكثيف التعاون في كافة المجالات.
Mr. President, honorable audience, we mourn today the loss of this brave leader who worked and contributed to enhance Algerian-Namibian relations. My country has strongly supported by all means, militarily and politically, Namibia's struggle for independence. Those ties of friendship and brotherhood became even stronger after the independence.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية، السادة الحضور، أجدد لكم في الختام خالص التعازي وصادق المواساة باسم السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون وباسم الدولة الجزائرية قاطبة، وليؤكد عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذا المصاب بالجلل.
Mr. President, at this difficult time, on behalf of the President of the Republic and on behalf of the Algerian people and authorities, I convey to you once again and to my dear people of Namibia my sincere solidarity and sympathy.
دامت ناميبيا قوية مزدهرة، دامت الأخوة الجزائرية الناميبية إلى الأبد. شكرا على كرم الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Long live Namibia, long live Algerian-Namibian brotherhood. Thank you, peace be upon you.
you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Esteban Lazo Hernandez, President of the Council of the State of the National Assembly of Popular Power from the Republic of Cuba.
Querido maestro de ceremonia, excelentísimo señor Nangolo Mbumba, presidente de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor doctor Sanu Yoma, padre fundador de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor Hifikepunye Pohamba, segundo presidente de la República de Namibia, excelencia, jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, jefe de delegaciones, excelentísima señora Mónica Geingob y su distinguida familia, querido pueblo de Namibia, con profundo dolor transmito la más sentida y sincera condolencia del Partido Comunista de Cuba, del líder de la revolución Raúl Castro Ruz, del presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel, del gobierno y el pueblo cubano, a la SWAPO y al gobierno y pueblo de la hermana República de Namibia en ocasión del fallecimiento de su tercer presidente, excelentísimo doctor Hage G Geingob, las cuales hago extensivas a sus familiares. En este momento de profundo dolor, permítame mencionar una frase del héroe nacional de Cuba, José Martí, y cito: la muerte no es verdad cuando se ha cumplido bien la obra de la vida. Fin de la cita. El querido compañero Geingob demostró con creces a lo largo de su fructífera existencia su vocación de sacrificio por su país y por otras causas justas en el mundo. Por eso Cuba, como país latinoafricano, celebra hoy junto a ustedes su extraordinaria vida. Despedimos a un indiscutible líder africano desde la inserción en 1990 de la Namibia independiente en el panorama político mundial. El doctor Geingob defendió con pasión el derecho de África suboccidental primero y de Namibia después a forjarse como nación independiente y soberana, y supo oponerse vehementemente al racismo y al oprobioso régimen del apartheid. Junto al padre fundador de la nación, doctor Sanu Yoma, el fallecido líder contribuyó a cimentar la proyección internacional de Namibia, al ubicarla en el grupo de naciones africanas de vanguardia en defensa del desarrollo de los pueblos del tercer mundo y de África en particular por la igualdad y la justicia.
Director of Ceremony, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Simon Nyoma, Founding Father of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, and Heads of Delegations. Her Excellency, Madam Monica Geingob, and her distinguished family. Dear people of Namibia, it's with deep sorrow that I send to you the most heartfelt and sincere condolences from Cuban Communist Party, from the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, from the President, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, and from the government and Cuban people, to SWAPO and to government and people of the sister Republic of Namibia in occasion of the passing of his third president, His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob, which I extend to his family. In this moment of profound pain, allow me to evoke a phrase of Cuban national hero José Martí, and I quote, "Death is not true when the work of life has been well accomplished," end of the quote. Dear Comrade Geingob largely demonstrated throughout his fruitful life his calling of sacrifice for his country and for other just causes in the world. That's why Cuba, as a Latin African country, celebrates today with you his extraordinary life. On this day, we bid farewell to an undisputed African leader since he in 1990 accepted the independent Namibia in the international political scene. Dr. Geingob defended with passion the right of Southwest Africa and especially Namibia to forge as an independent sovereign nation, and he knew how to vehemently oppose to racism and to opprobrious apartheid regime. Along with founding father of the nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, late leader contributed to consolidate the international protection of Namibia, placing her in the group of African nations of avant-garde in defense of equality, justice, and development of the people of the Third World and Africa in particular.
Maestro de ceremonia, Cuba, situada a miles de kilómetros de Namibia, tenía la obligación moral de estar presente en esta despedida a uno de sus más fieles amigos en la tierra de los bravos, como reza en una estrofa del himno nacional de este hermoso país. Con especial afecto, él forjó una amistad perdurable con los principales líderes de la Revolución Cubana, en particular con el comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, con el líder de la Revolución Cubana, Raúl Castro Ruz, y en los años más recientes con el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel. Como dirigente de la SWAPO, se desplazó en reiteradas ocasiones al frente de batalla en Angola, donde las Fuerzas Armadas Populares de Liberación de ese país, el Ejército Popular de Liberación de Namibia y las tropas internacionalistas cubanas lucharon contra el ejército sudafricano de aquel entonces. En fecha más reciente, y siendo presidente del país, el doctor Geingob pronunció en la Plaza de la Revolución de La Habana palabras muy sentidas en ocasión de las honras fúnebres del líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, agradeciendo al pueblo cubano y en especial a Fidel por la liberación de Namibia. En recíproco y merecido gesto de gratitud, desde que se conoció de su deceso, Cuba ha rendido honores al compañero Geingob, quien, desde sus diferentes cargos políticos y gubernamentales, exhibió una postura valiente, firme, independiente y solidaria hacia la Revolución Cubana, en contra del cerco económico que nos ha sido impuesto por más de 60 años y también para paliar las consecuencias de fenómenos naturales y otros eventos adversos que nos han afectado, además de sus acciones en favor del bienestar de nuestro pueblo y por la consolidación de la cooperación bilateral en diferentes sectores.
Director of Ceremony, President Nangolo Mbumba, dignitaries, Cuba, located thousands of miles from Namibia, had the moral obligation of being present in this farewell to one of his most faithful friends in the land of the brave, as he says a verse of the national anthem of this beautiful country. With a special affection, he forged a friendship long-lasting with the main leaders of the revolution in Cuba, in particular with Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz, with the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, and in more recent years with the President Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. As a SWAPO leader, he traveled in several occasions to the battlefront in Angola, where the Popular Armed Forces for the Liberation of that country, the Popular Army of Liberation of Namibia, and the Cuban Internationalist troops were fighting against the South African Army at the time. In a more recent moment, and as a president, he pronounced in the Square of Revolution in Havana a very heartfelt words in occasion of the funeral service of the historical leader of the revolution, always grateful towards the Cuban people and especially towards Fidel for Namibia's liberation. In a reciprocal and well-deserved gesture of gratitude, since the very moment we knew of his passing, Cuba has rendered honors to Comrade Geingob, who from different political and governmental positions always showed a brave, firm, independent and solidary posture towards the Cuban Revolution and against the economic siege imposed to us for over 60 years. He did it also to reduce the consequences of natural disaster and other adverse events that has affected us, in addition to his actions in favor of the well-being of our people and in favor of the consolidation of bilateral cooperation in several areas.
La hermosa historia que unió al presidente Geingob con nuestro país le ha valido el calificativo de amigo entrañable del pueblo cubano y de su revolución, y por tanto, merecedor de las dos condecoraciones más importantes que otorga la República de Cuba. Primero, en 1995, siendo primer ministro, Fidel le impuso la orden Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Luego, en virtud del decreto presidencial número 452 del 1 de julio del 2022, el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel le otorgó la Orden Nacional José Martí, distinción que no pudo recibir en vida y de la que soy portador para entregarle a su viuda de manera póstuma. Jamás olvidaremos a nuestros amigos y Namibia y Geingob han sabido serlo. Un baobab ha caído, pero su ejemplo se multiplicará en los jóvenes que encarnan el futuro y que harán de Namibia un mejor país como él lo soñó. Muchas gracias.
The beautiful history that brought President Geingob and our country together has earned him the title of enduring friend of the Cuban people and his revolution, and therefore worthy of the two most important decorations granted by our country. First, in 1995, while he was Prime Minister, Fidel bestowed him with the Order of Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Then, in virtue of the Presidential Decree number 452 of July 1st, 2022, President Miguel Díaz-Canel bestowed with the Order of José Martí, a distinction he couldn't receive in life and of which I am bearer to deliver to his widow posthumously. We will never forget our friends, and Namibia and Geingob has been one of those friends. A baobab has fallen, but his example will multiply in the young people who embody the future and who will make of Namibia a better country as he dreamed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, compañero Hernández, for your very beautiful delivery. Thank you. The next speaker will be His Excellency Jiang Zhoyun, Vice Chairperson of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference of the People's Republic of China, Your Excellency.
尊敬的摩本巴总统阁下，尊敬的各国和各国际地方组织领导人，各位贵宾、女士们、先生们。
Your Excellency, President Ngolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and heads of international and regional organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
今夕戈根布总统不幸逝世，中国政府和人民深感悲痛。我作为习近平主席的特使，代表中国政府和人民，向纳米比亚政府和人民以及戈根布总统的亲属致以深切的哀悼和诚挚的慰问。
In shock and disbelief, we heard the heartbreaking news of the passing of President Geingob. The government and people of China are deeply saddened. As the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, and on behalf of the government and people of China, I want to extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the government and people of Namibia and President Geingob's family.
戈根布总统是纳米比亚杰出领导人，为纳米比亚独立解放和发展振兴做出了巨大贡献。过去近10年来，在戈根布总统领导下，纳米比亚社会稳定、经济发展、民生改善，各领域都取得了瞩目的成就。
President Geingob is an extraordinary statesman of Namibia who has made great contribution to the independence, liberation, and development of Namibia. In the last nearly 10 years, under the leadership of President Geingob, Namibia enjoyed a stable society, economic development, and the improvement of people's livelihood, with achievements for all to see in all sectors.
戈根布总统致力于促进国际和地区和平与解放事业，深受非洲和国际社会的尊重。在他的领导下，纳米比亚高举泛非主义旗帜，积极推动非洲团结和一体化建设，在国际事务中坚持公道立场，捍卫国际公平和正义。
President Geingob is committed to promoting international and regional peace and development, and is deeply respected by Africa and the international community. Under His Excellency's leadership, Namibia held high the banner of Pan-Africanism, actively promoted solidarity and integration of Africa. And on international affairs, it always safeguarded international justice and fairness.
戈根布总统是中国人民的好朋友，他生前高度重视发展对华关系，曾多次访华，推动中纳全面战略合作伙伴关系深入发展，为促进
中纳中非友谊倾注了大量心血，做出了重要贡献。
President Geingob is a great friend of the Chinese people. In his lifetime, President Geingob attached great importance to developing relations with China and made several visits to China, promoting in-depth development of the comprehensive, strategic, and cooperative relations between China and Namibia. With devotion, President Geingob made a vital contribution in promoting China, Namibia, and China-Africa friendship.
在这悲痛的时候，中国人民和纳米比亚人民坚定地站在一起。
At this difficult moment, the people of China stand firmly with the people of Namibia.
中方相信，纳米比亚人民一定会继承和发扬戈根布总统的遗志，在国家建设和民族振兴的道路上阔步前进，不断取得新的成就。
We believe that the people of Namibia will carry on the mission of President Geingob, making strides in national construction and revitalization, constantly scoring new achievement.
中方愿同纳方一道努力，持续深化两国人民的友谊和各领域的合作，推动双边关系取得更大的发展。谢谢。
China is ready to work with Namibia and will continue to deepen the friendship between our peoples and cooperation in all fields, promoting greater development for our bilateral relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite Senator Godswill Akpablo, President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Senate, sir.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Namibia, President Ngolo Mbumba, Your Excellency, the wife of the immediate past President, whom we are gathered here today to honor, Mrs. Hage G Geingob, Your Excellencies, all the presidents, former presidents, distinguished personalities across the world who are here today in Namibia, the great people of Namibia who are here in their number, I bring you fraternal greetings from Nigeria. a country of just 250 million people. Our dear President, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a team of which I'm the head, currently the chairman of the National Assembly, Senate President, and I also chair the two chambers of the National Assembly. He sent a strong delegation made up of the Minister of Special Duties, Intergovernmental Affairs, his special advisor on political affairs, and of course I'm accompanied by some of my senators who are here in this gathering today. So I'll read the message of Mr. President. But just before then, as I arrived in Namibia, I was surprised to meet a few of my former classmates in Federal Government College, Port Harcourt, who are Namibians and who are also mourning today. Nigeria happens to be one of those states that form the frontline states that assisted greatly in the struggle for the independence of Namibia, assisted strongly in the struggle for the liberation of South Africa, and assisted strongly in the liberation of Angola, very far away in West Africa. So we are sharing today the pains of the demise of this great icon and hero. Of course, Nigeria had in the past supported SWAPO, your ruling political party, with materials and human development to achieve its objective of ensuring the freedom of the good people of Namibia. We granted scholarships to train a lot of Namibians, some of whom I've met since my arrival, in the 1970s and the 1980s. We supported Namibia to develop its manpower immediately after the independence, post-independence. We helped to achieve a lot of manpower for this country through technical aid program in the area of education, healthcare, and other endeavors. And this, you can imagine that when we heard the sad news of the demise of this great icon, a hero, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, our country also felt the sadness, and we are sad equally. And so my president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a strong team to be here in Namibia to condole with the president, the good people of Namibia, the bereaved family, and the entire citizens. So I'll just proceed to read his short address. On behalf of myself and the good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I extend my deepest condolences to you and to the good people of the Republic of Namibia for the sad passing of our dear brother, His Excellency President Dr. Hage G Geingob. Our thoughts and prayers remain with you, his family members, and the good people of Namibia in these very difficult times. May the strength of your nation, exemplified in your national anthem, the Land of the Brave, and the grace of God Almighty provide comfort and solace in the face of this tragic loss. The people of Nigeria, in their numbers, stand in solidarity with you, Namibians, in this moment and beyond this moment. As I commiserate once more with you and the good people of your great nation, the Republic of Namibia, please accept, Your Excellency, the assurances of my sincere and personal regards in this loss. This is signed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. It's directed to His Excellency Ngolo Mbumba and the good people of Namibia. May I just point out also, Your Excellency, as I depart, that in our midst also, we have great Nigerians, including the former president of our country, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was one-time head of state in the 70s, and of course, you can tell the story of the relationship between Nigeria and Namibia.
and was also elected president for about 8 years in the civilian regime from 1999. He's in our midst today with a lot of other Nigerians, but the soul of our icon, a Pan-Africanist and a brave man, rests in perfect peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the tribute from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Excellencies, I would like to acknowledge the arrival of His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema of the Republic of Zambia. He has just arrived. Welcome, Your Excellency. I now would like to invite Honorable Tulisile Dladla, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency.
His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, children, grandchildren, and the entire family. His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam Nujoma. His Excellency, Dr. Pohamba, second president, and Madam Pohamba, heads of state, government, and other foreign dignitaries. Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party. Fellow monarchs, we have been delegated by His Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, together with His Royal Highness Prince Simelane and the Minister for Public Service, to bring his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia. Your Excellency, in the wake of the passing of His Excellency, Dr. Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, it is with profound sorrow that His Majesty King Mswati III, the King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, extends his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia, the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, and all those affected by this profound loss. The President's legacy as a statesman, visionary leader, and champion of democracy resonates deeply not only with within the borders of Namibia, but across the African continent and beyond. His unwavering dedication to the advancement of his nation, coupled with his steadfast commitment to regional cooperation and global solidarity, leaves an enduring imprint on the pages of our history. Throughout his tenure, President Geingob's leadership epitomized integrity, compassion, and a tireless pursuit of justice and equality for all Namibians. His inclusive governance style and the unwavering advocacy for social justice and economic empowerment have served as guiding beacons for nations aspiring toward progress and prosperity. In the realms of diplomacy and international relations, President Geingob's voice echoed with authority, advocating for the collective aspirations of African nations on the global stage. His wisdom, foresight, and unwavering dedication to the principles of peace and cooperation have been instrumental in shaping a more harmonious and interconnected world. As we mourn the loss of a distinguished leader and statesman, let us also celebrate the profound impact of President Geingob's life and legacy. His indomitable spirit, courage, and unwavering commitment to the service of his nation and humanity serve as a timeless inspiration for generations to come. During this moment of reflection and remembrance, may the people of Namibia find solace in the enduring legacy of President Geingob's remarkable life and contributions. May his memory continue to inspire hope, unity, and resilience among all who have been touched by his vision and leadership. In this time of sorrow, Madam Monica, let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the values and principles that President Geingobbe held dear. Let us honor his memory by embracing the ideals of peace and social justice that he championed throughout his illustrious life. His Majesty King Mswati III, Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini join the international community in mourning the loss of a remarkable leader and extends our deepest sympathies to the family, the people of Namibia, the government, and of course to you, Mr. President, during the time of grief and reflection. May his soul rest in peace, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the befitting tribute. Thank you. I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister in the Presidency, for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Zuma.
Program Director, Your Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, and First Lady, the Excellency Vice President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and former Presidents of Namibia, President Nozumo and President Pohamba, our dear sister Monica Geingob and family, Excellence heads of state and government, fellow members, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. I stand here before you on behalf of our President, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa, to pay homage to a friend of South Africa, a Pan-Africanist, a comrade in arms who fought side by side with us in the quest of freedom, justice, and dignity. The people of South Africa, of the continent and the world, are in pain at the departure of Dr. Hage G Geingob from our midst. Not long ago, in October 2023, President Ramaphosa led a delegation of 13 ministers who came to Namibia for a binational commission, used this occasion to reflect on the existing strong bilateral cooperation and reaffirmed our historic bonds of friendship, solidarity, good neighborliness, whose foundations were cemented in struggle. Dr. Geingob offered so much to the people of Namibia, of our region, the continent, and the world. He believed in peace and shared prosperity, and was unflinching in pursuit of the Pan-Africanist ideals. So as we celebrate the life of this remarkable leader, diplomat, academic with a sharp intellect, I think we must honor his memory by making sure that we change this African paradox of a rich Africa and poor Africans. He believed in shared prosperity and peace. And of course, there can never be peace without development. But there can't be development without peace. Those two things must be dealt with. We must be a continent that manufactures, but also he is the one who honed and sharpened the skills of Namibians before they came back to Namibia. And we must follow his example by having a skills revolution in Africa, so that there is no young person in Africa who doesn't have a skill. So if we did that, we would be truly honoring this brave fighter who served the people selflessly. But to our sister Monica Geingob, the children, the family, our deepest condolences to you and to the country as a whole. But I think you should take pride in the fact that you surrendered this son of the soil to the noble service, to the noble cause of serving the country and serving humanity. And that he did that. He served with discipline, with integrity, with dedication, and with compassion. And I think that you should take comfort in that. To our brother, our comrade, please rest in eternal peace. You have now joined the galaxy of our heroes and heroines. Not only the heroes and heroines of Namibia, but you have joined the galaxy of the heroes and heroines of our continent. And we promise that we shall draw lessons from your enduring legacy and continue to serve our people with dedication, with discipline, with integrity, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, for that tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, to present his tribute. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Let me recognize President Nangolo Mbumba, President of Namibia, your Vice President of Namibia, President Nyoma, President Pohamba. Let me recognize our SADC Summit Chair, President Lorenzo of Angola, African Union Chair, Your Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, Madam Monica Geingob and the Geingob family, fellow mourners. We in Zambia, from Zambia, express our profound sadness and offer our sincere condolences to the family of President Geingob, to the government and the people of Namibia for this great loss of His Excellency President Hage Geingob. Truly, Zambians mourn with you, and deeply so, because I'm coming from one of our outlying provinces, and they sent me with an emphatic message that please inform the Namibians that we mourn with them. We offer our solace and express thoughts and prayers for the grieving family once more. And we reflect on the memories that we shared with Dr. Geingob and the impact on the leadership of Namibia, our regional body SADC, African Union, and I believe the global community. He was relentless in contributing to the liberation struggle in Namibia, in Southern Africa, fought against the apartheid regime, dedicated his life to fostering peace, stability, and democracy in Namibia, of course, SADC, and our continent. We acknowledge President Geingob's remarkable leadership and his true statesmanship. Indeed, his role in the establishment of the UN Institute for Namibia, and this institute, which was located at the University of Zambia in Lusaka, was a great, great contribution to, as others have said before me, to building the skills base of Namibia long before independence, Namibia's independence. His contribution, therefore, to the academic work at the University of Zambia is remarkable. And I know I say so because at the time he served at this institute at the University of Zambia, I was myself an undergraduate student of the University of Zambia. So I can competently say that he did contribute not only to Namibian skills development or best, but to that of Zambia as well. I must say at this stage, it is true that SADC was endowed with 3 heads of state that were associated with the University of Zambia. President Geingob himself, President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe, who studied at that university, and indeed myself. So this is a great loss to us, to all of us. We commend once more President Geingob for his relentless contributions to humanity, really to security, peace, and stability, not only in Namibia, but in our region as well. We emphasize his legacy for all of the good things that he stood for. I, in particular, am a beneficiary of his induction program into the presidency, because when I took office, he was there, he was available to show me certain things that you can't learn from a classroom, but through experience like he had. So we appreciate that greatly. President Geingob was a pillar of peace and stability, as I said, in our region. A year or so after I took office, I was brought into the SADC Troika. This is the organ that deals with politics, defense, and security cooperation. And he was the chair. And President Ramaphosa was the outgoing chair. I was the incoming chair. And I took over from him as substantive chair. And we served together, he as outgoing chair, and obviously President Suluhu Hassan of Tanzania as incoming chair. And he continued providing leadership at that platform all the time whenever we needed his leadership. We thank him for that. We thank the people of Namibia for having allowed him to serve in those capacities. We can go on to talk about his unmatched, if you like, direct character. He said things, even in our closed-door meetings, which certain presidents wouldn't say, but President Geingob said them if they needed to be said. So we knew that if there was a tough issue that was delicate, we would whisper to him to be the one to raise it. And he would raise it very, very well on our behalf. Thank you, President Geingob. We suggest as Zambians, and I carry a message from the people of Zambia, as I say that President Geingob was viewed as a Zambian citizen because I think he spent around 17 years in Zambia during the difficult times for Namibia. And the citizens of Zambia have asked me to retain his name in our country and to announce that we as a country have taken a decision to rename one of our critical roads in Lusaka, Kasama Road, which is in one of the suburbs of Lusaka, into Dr. Geingob Road from tonight. I also carry another message along those lines. The people of Zambia have asked me to continue remembering President Nujoma by renaming our Sazu Road in Lusaka again to Dr. Sam Nujoma Road, who was the first president of Namibia. We offer our solidarity and prayer to the people of Namibia, express deep, deep sympathy to the family, Monica, Gengos, and the children, to the government, and the people of Namibia. We pray for God's grace, solace, and peace once more to the afflicted family, and to all of us in the SADC family, in the AU family, and I believe in the global family. May the soul of President Geingob live on in eternal peace, and he will be with us as we continue to serve our people to better our lives in our individual countries and SADC, AU, and the global community. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, President Hakainde, for the befitting tribute, and we thank the people of Zambia through you for the honor you have decided to bestow on our leaders. Thank you once again, Your Excellency. I would like to request the NDF brass band just to give us one selection. We are coming closer to our program, but we are not too close. So please bear with us. I will not tell you how many more minutes we need, but certainly not more than an hour. But please, NDF brass band. Thank you. Thank you very much for the performance. I would like to invite Honorable Madame Chrysola Zacharapoulou, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie, and the International Partnership of the French Republic. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. Madame Monica Geingob, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia and spouse of His Excellency, Dr. Hage G Geingob. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Detua, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Excellencies, Head of States and Government here present, please allow me now to stand on previously established protocol. It is a singular honor to be with you today to celebrate a life like no other. To Madame Geingob, to President Geingob's friends and family, to the Namibian nation, this land of the brave. On behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, I would like to express our condolences, our highest sympathy, and our deepest solidarity. As many colleagues said before me, President Geingob was a scintillating member of the generation of Africa's founding fathers. Today, we pay tribute to a visionary leader who paved the way in so many regards for the emancipation of the Namibian people, for their freedom. Doing so, he inspired leaders all across Southern Africa and beyond. And for France, we mourn a trustworthy partner, a true friend. As early as 1980, the French government awarded President Geingob with Le Palme Académique, our highest academic distinction, to commend his major achievements in education. And since then, President Geingob had maintained close ties with our country, which he made us the honor to visit on so many occasions with the First Lady, Madame Monica Geingob. France pays today tribute to President Geingob's legacy, and we reaffirm our commitment to build on this legacy, to strengthen even more the long-lasting friendship and the unique partnership between Namibia and France, which President Geingob cherished. Monsieur le Président, rest in peace. Merci.
Thank you, Your Honorable, for your tribute. We are inviting to the podium Mr. Fredando Sampedro, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs for Africa from the Kingdom of Spain.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Monica Geingob, Excellencies, foreign dignitaries, and all the Namibian people. It was with great sadness that we received the news in Spain of the passing of President Dr. Hage Geingob. He was a president who dedicated his life to fighting for freedom and justice. He was a leader guided by the search for the welfare of his people and committed to the strengthening and stability of the institutions. President Geingob was determined to fight for the prosperity of Namibia, with the essential objective of improving the living conditions of all citizens. We celebrate his vision, guidance, and legacy. President Geingob was also a strong advocate for the Namibian democracy and rule of law, as proved by his role in the drafting of the Namibian constitution and in the exemplary transition after his unexpected passing that President Mbumba has led. We are grateful for his leadership and the special bonds that he helped forge between our two countries. These bonds date back from 1989. At the time, Spain was a young European democracy after decades of dictatorship. And at the time, we decided to actively contribute to UNTAC, the first of the many UN peace missions that we joined. Spain was also one of the very first few countries to establish diplomatic relations with Namibia. During President Geingob's mandate, the ties of friendship continued to strengthen, opening new pathways of cooperation. We would like to express our support to the Namibian people who say goodbye to a father figure that has marked the history of the country. Let me again express on behalf of His Majesty the King of Spain, whom I represent today, the Spanish government and the Spanish people, as well as on my own behalf, my deepest condolences to the widow, Monica Geingob, the family, the Namibian institutions, and the Namibian country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Honorable Fernando for your message. We would like to invite His Excellency Mandarapu, the High Commissioner of the Republic of India. I believe it is High Commission to Republic of the Republic of India to Namibia, I suppose. Your Excellency, High Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Director of Ceremony, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding President, His Excellency Dr. Pohamba, Second Vice President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Dwaitwa, Madam Monica Geingob and family, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, delegates, fellow mourners, it is with heavy heart that I, representing the people and government of the Republic of India, join you at this state memorial service to pay our respectful tribute to His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob, the third President of the Republic of Namibia. Let me mention that the widespread sorrow and deep sense of loss experienced across Namibia at the demise of their beloved leader is also felt and shared in India. There was an outpouring of grief when the news reached the shores of my country because President Geingob was a friend of India who believed in the true potential of India-Namibia partnership for the development and prosperity of people. His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob will be remembered as a fearless freedom fighter, visionary leader, chief architect of Namibia's constitution, a passionate nation builder, and an international statesman with deep commitment to universal values and principles of freedom, equality, justice, peace, and harmony. When the history of evolution of partnership between India and Namibia is browsed, we see how prominently His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob was part of that decades-old collaboration marked by solidarity and friendship. When the first ever SWAPO diplomatic mission was inaugurated in New Delhi in 1986, he was there. When greater cooperation was being planned, he was there in India as Namibia's Prime Minister in 1995 and as President in 2015. Delhi University, facilitating His Excellency Geingob with an honorary doctorate, was a small demonstration of their admiration. I had the privilege of presenting my credentials to His Excellency President Geingob and had the opportunity to listen to his inspiring memories linked to India and ideas to take forward the relationship. The interest and well-being of the people of Namibia was above everything for His Excellency. On behalf of the Government of India, I pay tribute and bid farewell to a formidable leader and friend of India. I convey the condolences and prayers of the people of India. May the departed leader rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Hama Salem Ali Salem, President of the Sahrawi Parliament. Your Excellency,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الدكتور نانغولو مامبا، السيدات والسادة، مع مراعاة المقامات حسب البروتوكول الناميبي، أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة السيدات والسادة، لقد كلفني فخامة السيد إبراهيم غالي رئيس الجمهورية الصحراوية بتمثيله في الجنازة الرسمية للرئيس الراحل هاج جاينغوب وباسمه
His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Ghali, President of the Sahrawi Republic, has entrusted me to represent him in the state funeral of the late and our dear comrade and President Dr. Hage G Geingob.
وباسمه وباسم حكومة والشعب الجمهورية الصحراوية نود مرة أخرى أن نعرب لفخاماتكم ولشعب جمهورية ناميبيا الشقيق ولجميع أفراد أسرة الرئيس الراحل جاينجوب عن أحر تعازينا وأعمق مواساتنا في هذا الوقت الأليم.
On his behalf and on the behalf of the government and the people of the Sahrawi Republic, we would like once again to convey to Your Excellency, to the brotherly people of the Republic of Namibia, and to Madam Geingob and the entire family of the late President Geingob, our most heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies at these painful times.
لقد كان الرئيس الراحل جانجوب قائدا بارزا في منطقة سوابو في منظمة سوابو، وناشطا مناهضا للفصل العنصري، ومقاتلا في كفاح ناميبيا من أجل الاستقلال، ونصيرا متحمسا للوحدة الإفريقية روحا وفعلا.
The late President Geingob was a distinguished long-serving leader of SWAPO, and a fearless anti-apartheid activist, a towering veteran and hero of Namibia independence struggle, and a convinced Pan-Africanist in spirit and in action.
لقد كان إذن رجل دولة عظيما وصاحب رؤية ومكافحا من أجل الحرية بامتياز، وخدم بلده وشعبه في جميع المناصب التي تولاها بإتقان ومثابرة مثاليين.
He was a great statesman, a visionary and a freedom fighter par excellence, who served his country and people in all the positions he has assumed with exemplary devotion and diligence.
ولقد لعب دورا محوريا في بناء ناميبيا جديدة متحررة من قيود ومظالم الماضي، وفي جعل البلاد واحدة من أكثر الديمقراطيات استقرارا وازدهارا في القارة.
He also played a central role in building a new Namibia, free from the chains of injustice of the past, and in making the country one of the most stable and prosperous and exemplary democracies in our continent and in the world.
وعلى الصعيدين الدولي والقاري عمل الرئيس الراحل جانجوب بكل إخلاص لتعزيز المصالح والقضايا الإفريقية والدفاع عنها، وسيذكره التاريخ كمؤيد قوي للكفاح التحرري للشعب الصحراوي، وكزعيم إفريقي عظيم كان يؤمن بقوة بأن حرية إفريقيا تبقى دائما ناقصة حتى تصبح الجمهورية الصحراوية حرة بالكامل.
At the international and continental level, the late President Geingob worked wholeheartedly to promote and defend African interests and issues. He will be remembered as a staunch supporter of the liberation of the Sahrawi struggle of liberation of the Sahrawi people, and as a great African leader who strongly believed that Africa would not be truly free until the Sahrawi Republic was fully free.
وسيذكر التاريخ أيضا الرئيس الراحل جانجوب بإعجاب واحترام عميقين لمواقفه المبدئية وصفاته الأخلاقية العظيمة وتفانيه.
The late President Geingob will also be remembered with admiration and profound respect for his principled positions, great moral qualities and dedications.
يبارك الله الرئيس الراحل جينجوب ولترغد روحه في سلام أبدي.
May God bless the late President Geingob and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
شكرا.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the tribute, Your Excellency. I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Moussa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the AU Commission.
Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegations, Your Excellencies, former President of Namibia, Madam Monica Gengos, children and the entire family, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, on behalf of the African Union Commission and the entire African Union family, to reiterate our deepest condolences to the family and the people of Namibia on the passing of this great leader, His Excellency President Hage G Geingob. My dear brother, Dr. Hage, much has been said about your life, your struggle, and your achievements by people who know you better than I do, because some of them were your comrades in struggle and in life. I would therefore like to humbly express what I personally feel, what has marked me the most. It was, without doubt, your humility, your integrity, your total commitment to Namibia, to the Africa's great causes, unity, integration, peace and prosperity. Agenda 2063, the African Union Agenda, which you helped to draw up, was always a blueprint for you. During my 2 visits to Namibia, as chairperson of the African Union Commission, where you formally received me as head of state, the African Union flag and the anthem that you imposed in Namibia's public life symbolized your unwavering commitment to Pan-Africanism. A seasoned diplomat and a brilliant academic, you carried SWAPO's flag high in Africa, Europe, and the Americas. You also had a lucid vision of international relations and multilateralism. I personally benefited from your sound advice on a large number of issues. Namibians are in the best position to appreciate what you have achieved in your country. The passing of the baton and the peaceful transfer of power following your passing confirms, if any further confirmation were needed, the strength of the institutions and the anchoring of democracy in this beautiful country. The Namibian house that we helped build, a model that we hope and pray will become a reality on the rest of the continent, particularly now when anti-constitutional changes of government are flourishing in the continent. My dear sister Monica, no words can fill the void left by our brother Hage, your husband, your best friend, and your partner. But I know that you are strong enough to keep his memory alive by continuing the work of African Renaissance that he began. To you, my Namibian brothers and sisters, be proud of your country. Be proud of your leader you just lost at the African Union. We are immensely proud of him. To you, my brother Hage, may the land of your ancestors, where you were born, welcome you to eternal rest. Rest in peace, dear brother. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the befitting tribute. I would like to invite Her Excellency, Mrs. Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, President Nangola Mbumba, Your Excellency Mama Monica Gingos and her family, the people of Namibia, fellow mourners. On behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, it is truly an honor to be able to join you today to mourn the passing and celebrate the life of a husband, a father, a friend, a grandfather, a veteran of the anti-colonial struggle, and a visionary leader, President Hage Geingob. I saw firsthand those struggles at the gains and their gains at the celebration of Namibia's independence as a young Nigerian, and appreciated that after years of brutal colonial rule and the wickedness of apartheid, it was a momentous occasion. Freedom won at great cost, but to see the Namibian flag raised was truly remarkable. President Geingob dedicated his life to liberation, his country, and serving the people of Namibia, and he is central to this country's recent history. From the humble beginnings of a teacher to his participation in the struggle for independence, to his long service as both Prime Minister and President. President Geingob was a man of strong principles, but these were not mere theoretical positions. They were fierce beliefs that he devoted his life to, from leading the strikes for the rights of students, to ensuring the voice of SWAPO at the United Nations, and dismantling an apartheid administration as Prime Minister. A disciple of people's rights, who was central to drafting the Namibian Constitution, which has them at its